All right. Well, beginning of session. This session is going to be a little different because we're going to kind of do recap where it's the last two sessions because we had the Dream World session last time. So, where did we start the session before? So, this is two sessions ago. What did we do before we jumped into the Dream World?
God.
So, we started on the ship. You guys woke up in the morning on the ship after talking to Bedvere, and that's where we started going. What happened then?
That was the short session, and I think we kind of just were walking somewhere in town, and then we ran into these critters, and we fought them.
Weren't we going somewhere?
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna meet with you on the ship. Oh, and we did that, and then we were headed towards Masibu.
I think we were. He said he could get us a tour of the vault. Is that right?
Yeah,
Is
so
that
we're
what we were
gonna
trying
do
to do?
that. Yes.
So I'm looking at my notes, and for some reason, I have session 77, which was last session,
Two
as
sessions
March.
ago.
It was March 23rd.
No, that was
78 was the
78.
23rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have them misnumbered, but then I have the session before that as March 24th, the day after, which does not make sense.
No, that was the 9th.
Our timekeeper's having problems.
Oh, February 24th was the one before that.
I'm having trouble with IRL dates, not the calendar for the game.
Maybe you just didn't take notes on March 9th.
I think he probably just labeled it March instead of labeling it February.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
There was almost a month between those sessions. So it might be a better thing to do is ask, what are you guys doing in Tantarus right now? What are the goals? Now that you guys have popped out of the sort of dream side thing, we'll catch up on how that changes or alters or informs your decisions. But what are your goals in Tantarus right now? What are you guys trying to get done?
We are trying to do one of two things. We are trying to find a waypoint or something like that that is posted on an artifact in a vault. And we are trying to lure star shadows to our good friend Bedfear. Any objectors?
No.
Nope.
And there's also the mystery of the guy that hired Crom, Captain Crom, whatever, to kill us, but we've kind of let that go.
Well, we tried to chase him down and he got away, right?
Yes. But we don't really, there was no real follow-up, and we don't know who that guy was or what his deal was.
Did we actually ask Crom more about that? More about that guy?
I don't think he really knew. He was just like, this guy approached me. We knew that the guy could do divination on our ship, which is kind of a strange thing.
But clearly not that much divination because he didn't really anticipate what was going to happen, just where we were going to show up.
True.
Yeah. And anything else? This is not a leading question. I'm not trying to get you to have an answer, but there are a couple people that you guys have talked to in Tantarus. Got Captain Crom. You guys have not talked. You've talked to a little bit of the town guards and things like that, and talked to Masibu and promised Masibu's helper that she can come along with you guys when you guys set sail off. And talking to Bedvere and Apsok and Aranopos. trying to see if there's anything before I jump straight into the recap on our Formian friend, but it looks like not really. So, what's the deal with our Formian friend? What did we do last session?
We tried to
Last
do
session-
an Inception style movie.
I mean, tried. You succeeded in doing so.
We don't know the success rate yet.
That's true. We went in, but who knows?
Yeah, so did we get rid of the mind control?
Well, let's. I'm gonna kind of hit play on the session as you guys are in one of the abandoned buildings between the two regions. But I want to get us to the point where you guys wake up, right? Where you all wake up, that's where we'll start session. But what happens in the dreamscape? I can actually just pull you guys over.
Well, we kind of like, oh yeah, so we started by seeing like a memory of our Formian arguing with a friend about protecting the humans, I think, or the mortals. Protecting the mortals.
I think it was an argument about like who's queen to serve.
Yeah.
And the reasoning for the argument was that our guy's queen was apparently helping mortals, and the other guy thought that was dumb and it was weak.
Hmm.
Correct.
And so our guy kills him and feels bad about it.
Yep.
And so then we went through a series of 2 doors, basically like the green door and the red door, where it was like the path that the Formian took through its life choices versus the ones that it did not take.
And for most of that, I thought it was the path where it obeyed the queen that it kind of felt most comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
Well,
But
from
then
its
when we got
perspective,
to the end of that path, it was like miserable and
Mhm.
hated the outcome, and then had this dilemma where it couldn't understand
Mhm.
because it had done everything, or like it thought it did everything right. And then couldn't understand why everything was like ending up wrong.
Mhm.
yeah, the perspective from it was it seemed to have made all the right choices, and then that led it to the wrong answer and doesn't really understand how that's possible.
Mhm.
So then we went back to the start of its choices, and we kept going until we noticed something different about a particular choice. I don't remember what was different about it.
So that's that one at the top right where it was like the Baron, the Night King, and the Queen. And
That's what it was through it. But why did you pick that door to go through? Does anyone remember?
I think we had like recognized something about the runes were different or something. Or like the pheromones were different.
I'm not-
Griffel noticed that one was different, but I
Yeah,
don't
I
remember
noticed
how.
it, but I don't remember why I noticed it.
Just a good engineering check.
Yeah, that might be a relevant thing if someone wants to check out why that was different. But so you noticed that it was different somehow, and we're able to follow that path. And what's on the other side of that path? That different door.
basically the Night King causing trouble.
Yeah.
So
So
before
the
you,
way I understood this, yeah, there was a room before that, and it had like, was it this one? This one
Yes.
here.
Yep.
Yeah. So it had like 3 Formians with I think one was missing a brain, one was missing a heart, and one was missing. It was like the Wizard of Oz. Like one of them was missing something else that I don't remember. And it was like the love. So the love of the queen, the rationality, or like decision making,
gut.
and something else.
The guts.
that's the instinct.
Right, yeah, the instinct, right. So it had basically been like all of the three things that kind of allowed it to make independent decisions with like all the context that it needed to make those decisions were removed. And so they were like it yeah.
So real quick, I'm looking at my notes and it says the different door was where the queen tells it to protect this one with its life. Was that what she noticed, or was there something about the door that she noticed?
I think it was
So
something about the door. I think I was following my nose from what I remember.
yeah, so the pheromones were different at the door. The mixture of sweet and rot.
Okay.
There was another door that was before you guys made the choice that had the a decision and a little moment from the queen that you guys did some stuff with. So I do want to kind of ask you guys about that real quick, and then we can.
That was the star shadow door. There was a door.
The door that led to like space, basically. Yeah.
And there were like 11 stars that we thought might be related to the star shadows. And then we sensed a block on the memory for that room.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I got.
And Griffel tried to wade out into the stars.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
did.
right.
And then I was being like pulled in. You guys had to pull me back. Oh, didn't like all but one of the stars go out when I did that?
One of them got much brighter, and the other one's faded. Yeah.
Right.
didn't-
Yeah.
You had basically a huge thing with a ton of stars, and then when you go into that sort of almost feels like jello area, this sort of weird band of strange gravity, then all of the normal stars go out and just those 11 bright stars come in, and then the longer you're there, one of the 11 stars grows brighter and brighter and brighter and sort of shines on you, and then they pulled you out. All right, so we get to that, and then we get to this final room with the confrontation that's happening. And you guys spent a little bit of time like figuring out these things, but kind of get you over here. What is this map represent? This beautiful work of art over here. What is it actually representing? What's going on?
So the Formian is stuck between having to defend its queen or defend the Turi. And it's struggling to make that decision, but it's been commanded by the queen to protect the Turi from what we later learn is the Bloody Baron. And in doing so, it's essentially letting the Night King attack the queen.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. It has two duties that seem to be conflicting, and it does not seem to be able to do both of them. And then the group opts to help take one of the tasks off of his plate.
I just want to clarify, we never identified the queen, right?
Whether she was the young or the old one.
Or just
who
like
she was.
who they are.
Oh.
I don't even know if
Um,
we identified them as a summer queen. Just
Oh no,
Right.
it's the queen of the hive. The queen that was.
So when you see the image in the
that's
back,
its perception of it.
Yes. But it seemed like it was actually an insect.
yes, that it is. You guys are in its mind. You're getting its perspective. It is very clear that there is not a it's actually one of the fairy queens. This is clearly the the queen of the hive that this one serves.
Got it.
Now the name that it refers to changes as it talks about it, but in this sort of final room, it is calling it the queen that was. And then that's going to be important for the sort of next scene. So there is this little kind of cut scene of you guys choosing to go and interfere with the Night King. You get this decision part where it has made a decision in the past, and you guys are kind of changing the decision. What happens in that sort of memory of him going and not in the memory, he did not confront the Night King, but you guys changed things. You guys did confront the Night King. So what was actually occurring in that memory?
The
Another
Night King.
queen was being tortured, right? Or
Yeah.
like the children of her hive were being like systematically killed in front of her, and she's connected to them. So it's like pretty awful for her.
Yeah, they were trying to install the new queen as the one queen for all the Formian that they were trying to mind control.
So I posted in the chat the text from the last little piece of the thing of him kind of going through and trying to figure out what to do, the decision making to do. Bronwyn has found the camera and is going to mess with that. So I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm back. So he gets this memory. You guys get to experience this memory of him seeing the kind of commands that he's getting from his queen come from the Night King. And then having that moment of thinking this is incompatible, right? The queen is in control, the queen is everything. But this specific thing seems like something that is so antithetical to the way that he understands things that it's sort of made a crack in the wall. So then you guys fight the Night King. How's that go?
Poorly.
I mean, better
there
than
is something-
expected.
There is an interesting, there is an interesting part of it where we because we knew we were in the mind of the Formian. We called on him to fight with us, and kind of like I think I made a check to kind of convey like the sense of like friend, ally, like help. And he actually came, and because it's his mind, I think he was able to influence things. So he managed to reconstitute the Night King into a single form after he'd split himself out into 3 or 4 different illusions.
Mm-hmm.
And he
And then we
incorporated
died.
us into the hive mind. And then we died, yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys got the impression from him before the fight and during the fight that he didn't really think that there was a win. Like, we're just going to die. Like, the Night King's just going to kill me if I resist. But the change was but resisting, he thinks, was still the right answer. So you guys die on the fight against the Night King, wake up from the dream, and that is where we will begin session. Unless someone else has something that they would like to say or bring up from last time. You guys are starting in an old ruined building between the Crucible and the Sunbounds. As you guys wake up, it's going to take a little bit of time for you to kind of shake off the dream, the exhaustion, so like the damage that you take, sort of like subdual damage. So you can't actually kill you, but it does take time. You do have to like take a short rest, spend some healing surges, try to function. So you guys are going to be pretty beat up at the end of this. But the person whose mind you were inside of, he was only alive because you guys stabilized him while he was dying. And it is reasonable to assume that your characters have like taken his weapons away from him and restrained him and those sorts of things. So he is. You guys are going to wake up first, and then after a little while, when he regains consciousness, he's going to be, helpless to be able to resist. So that's where we'll start session. Is you guys sort of wake up out of the dream after the bout with the Night King, and going from here. So what's the plan now? You've got the guy's going to be waking up in a minute. You guys are taking some time to recover. What do you guys want to do? Like, you guys have some new information. How relevant it is or how much you want to go and apply it is part of the question. But what's the plan from here?
I think we're gonna go to Masibu. And then what's his name? Alonin, we know has it out for us. So I think we might need to get somewhere safe.
So what are you doing with the guy whose mind you just popped into? Like, what's the plan with him?
Talk to him.
I feel like it'd probably be good to figure out if we actually got rid of the mind control, because he was like under mind control, right?
Yeah, he was like trying to not fight us, and then Alonin like exerted extra control and made him fight us.
So let's figure out if that's done.
So one thing that you'll have a little bit of time, your character will have a little bit of time to process stuff, and since you guys have more sort of in-world knowledge than the players do about some things, coming out, you'll recognize and you'll sort of realize from the ritual something that was said during the dream session is actually probably true. He isn't under any direct mind control from the vampires. He is instead under some sort of like almost like a genetic level, I will serve the queen. So it's not that Alanin has him mind controlled to do whatever, or that someone else has him mind controlled. There's nothing that is directly affecting his mind, because you would be able to combat that and potentially be able to destroy it. But instead, there's something combating the mind, something that potentially is controlling the mind or controlling the body of the person that has this guy's undying loyalty.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, when the ritual's like, hey, you can use this to attack mind predators, that somewhat fails here, but the extra information given is that he's not the direct one under control, but he's not unaffected by it either.
Okay.
So we need to find and free the queen. If we want to.
Or at least showing him that the queen was being controlled, and that might make him reevaluate who he serves.
But it feels like he's like an insect, like he has to serve a queen.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that queen.
Right.
It could be Drox queen.
Is he wake upable? Can we talk to him?
1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yes, basically, I was giving you guys the moment of discuss amongst yourselves prior to waking this guy up. So if you guys are ready to move forward, then the guy wakes up. So the Formian wakes up. You see he doesn't move at all when he first wakes up, and you can see very slowly he kind of allows his perceptions to fill the area. That you get that little touch of psionics as it goes out from him. Like, he wakes up, but he's very cautious about waking up. So what do you want to do? You see he's awake, but he's not making a big deal out of being awake yet. He's more not quite playing asleep, but he's not doing anything yet. And he seems to be content to do that until someone does something.
Did we get his name ever?
No. And from what you can see inside of his mind, he doesn't really have a lot of self-designation.
Mm-hmm.
So who's saying what to him? He's laying there, awake, but not interacting yet. Crickets, crickets. Some player has to make a choice.
Oh, this is
Alright.
one's thing. I'm leaving it to her.
Okay. I'll give him a little poke.
Physically or mentally?
Physically.
Okay. So you see he opens his eyes and kind of looks at you. And you can see that there's kind of wheels clicking in there. Like he's trying to figure out exactly what's up. But he's just sort of staring at you after you poke him.
Okay. Formian, do you know us? Do you recognize us from your mind?
You are ones that serve the rising sun. You used a ritual to enter my mind and find information that should be hidden. You know of me and of the path of the mirror.
Mirror like plane?
Mirror like MYR.
Oh, okay. Yes, we saw much in your mind. We had hoped to free you from the Tari, but it seems that perhaps your queen is still under their control.
My queen cannot be controlled. She is the strongest of the Formian queens. If something is being shown to control her, it is her plan. She must be lulling an enemy into a false sense of security. You can see him sort of shake his head, and there's this weird quivering through the psionics. He's speaking telepathically the whole time. And you can tell there is this moment of like, he's saying this, and then it kind of rings hollow for a second, and then he shakes his head. You've done something in my mind. I cannot be bound against my queen. If you have created a binding within me, it will just destroy me, and I am but one of many.
LOL.
Common ground.
We know the feeling. We have not planted anything in your mind. We have, in fact, unlocked something that it seems was previously planted. Do you remember the queen that was?
Yes, I serve her always. I've served her before she had a name.
And yet, in your mind, we saw the queen that is yet to be.
They change. Many of what I am have followed the path of the mirror, and those that are the strongest follow the queens that become great, the ones that ascend to gain a name and title. My queen is the greatest of the three with title, the greatest of the three with name.
Okay, can we clarify for a second? So in the vision that we saw, like in the memory, so this guy serves the queen that was. The queen that was yet to come is the one who was fighting back while the queen that was killing her hive?
The queen that was is the one that he serves. And in
Yep.
the memory where the entrance for the Night King part of it,
Mhm.
the Night King was standing there giving commands to the Queen that was. Queen that was then issuing a similar, usually slightly reworded command to him, and then he was executing that command. And the person, or the queen that was being targeted with all of this, that the mirror was linking with to kill all of the servants, that was another Formian queen. In his mind, he called it Queen Yet to Come.
So his queen and his hive executed the young queen.
Executed the young queen's hive, but not the queen herself.
And that was because the young queen would not serve.
Submit. Mhm.
Okay. And we never saw the outcome of that.
You did not.
Okay. Do you recall when we were in your mind fighting the Night King?
I remember there was a time that your minds felt as if they were on my path. I do not know if it is trick or if this is as it has been before with mortals. But I did feel different. You focused on a shame. I do not like to think on it.
You may not like to think on it, but if you do, you will see the truth of what we are saying. Do you recall the Formian in your mind with no brain, and the one with no heart, and the one with no guts?
He tilts his head, which is the first time he's moved since he's woken up. I do not. I do not know what you mean. There have been many that have been killed, and many I killed that day, but you speak of something specific. I don't understand.
I believe this may be a part of yourself. We saw this before we saw your memory of the Night King and the queen that was, destroying the hive of the queen that was yet to come.
So he looks at you. Think of what you saw. Speak them to me with more than word. And when he says that, you get this weird sort of like burst of like colors and images and sounds, and basically trying to tell you to be more forceful with your telepathy, to not just use words, to try to give the image of that thing that you're talking about.
Hmm. I would try to do that to the best of my ability.
Okay. So you do, he focuses on you, and then you see he sends something back, and it's an image of three of him, basically three protectors, but they are kind of gathered like a crown around his head. And you can see that there is something wrong with the crown, like it's broken and kind of hanging around the sides of his head. That's the hollowness I feel. Now that you have shown me, I can feel this. He pulls up one of his little arms and touches the side of his head. And then he sends you an image of basically like three layers of walls that have all been broken down, that have all been destroyed. My defenses, the ways that the path of the mirror is blocked to others, they've been destroyed. That should normally kill one of us, but something's been changed in my head. I didn't die from something that should have destroyed me and my path. You get him, you can see him sort of thinking for a second and then says, but you're showing me, so I don't think you did it. What do you mean to do with me now?
I have no designs for you other than that I too was once kept against my will by those who exploited me, and I would not see that happen to another creature. And I do oppose the Night King and all of his aims. And if the Formian are one of his tools, I would see that tool taken away.
He nods. I don't understand some of the words you use when you speak about my queen, but there are a great many of us. My hive is full, and we control great lands of the wilds. There are many millions of my brothers and sisters within the hives, and there are many more queens with no name. Almost all that I can think of, all that I can remember, either serve the night or they are destroyed.
And would you want to see your people freed?
You see him give like a strange little shudder that takes you a second to realize it's probably a shrug from him. But it's like, it's awkward because he's laying down and he doesn't really have completely human anatomy. And then he says, I wish to be able to serve the strong queens, and the queens must be free. Their will cannot be bent. But that is what I believe, and it may not be true. You can feel like that last word, this is what I think is right, but it also might not be true, as being something that comes with it as a layer of like exhaustion. Like that's a realization that is hard fought and something that he really doesn't like.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So the kind of twists around, laying down, and looks over towards Griffle. You are not skilled in the ways of the mind, but you have spoken to me in a way that feels like you have your own way of the mirror. You are true to those that you serve, and you like some to be free. You can tell he really doesn't understand Griffle's perspective, but like you got his attention in the dream.
Does Mia have the same meaning? Like, it's a million years, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
So he's using Mir as like sort of like the way of the samurai type thing. Like this is a way of living.
Oh, okay. And can you repeat what he said to me? He said you have the way of the mirror about you.
So let me take it two steps back. So first thing is, does Mir have anything with the unit of time? Yes, but you don't think he just means a unit of time. It's probably named after that. So like the way of the samurai, like Bushido is named after the samurai or is a thing with samurai. It's sort of intrinsically tied to it, but it doesn't mean like just samurai, just honor. So this does have a time meaning, but he's meaning like this has a name of like service or whatever. So he basically said, you had something that spoke to me that seemed kind of similar to what I do, but different. And I don't understand why it was different, but it seemed valuable. Like you seemed like you did something and I don't understand it. Like he said,
Oh,
you
okay.
wanted me to be free, but I don't want to be free. I want the queens to be free. What is your deal, basically, is what he's saying to Griffle.
Oh, okay. Um, And he's speaking in telepathy, right? So I can just
Yeah.
kind of give it back. Okay, so what I want to share is a series of like memories with him. So I want to share a memory of me on my ship, the Sperber, back in the old days with my crewmates around me, like saying like some kind of like blessing of Saint Tython, like we're and like touching the touching my holy symbol, and there's like a storm, right? And everyone's kind of a bit like, oh, this is a really bad one. Like we haven't had a storm like this in years and years. And then we all like touch our holy symbols and we mouth a prayer, and like the storm dies down a wee bit, and it's now a normal storm, and things feel like they're better. And then I share the next memory of finding Clotho in the mind of the child on that central island, where we spoke to her and we saw her body stricken and twisted on the Iron Star. And my disgust, but also a little bit of denial. Like I saw this thing happen and I'm like, oh, well that's a bad thing, but that's not like what my religion means to me. Like that's not part of my like denial, right? Like and then I share the third memory of being in the walker's grasp and having this like moment of confrontation of like seeing things for what they were, seeing Saint Tython as being, you know, like, and the Leviathan and all of this being tied to these like star shadows, and these walkers and all of this horribleness, and then just making a decision to rip something out of myself and throw my holy symbol away. And then the fourth thing I want to share is this feeling that I've had since I've done that of like confusion but certainty. So confusion about like, okay, I've ripped out this thing, now I don't really know what I believe in terms of like the world, but certainty in the sense that my convictions have not changed. And all that has happened is my realization that my beliefs did not align with my convictions.
So it pays attention, listens along, and then you see the thing look at you. You can tell that he's paying more attention to like each part of you, right? Like when he looks at one of you all, you can see there's a sort of like he takes sort of the whole picture in rather than looking at like your weapons, your armor. He's not like noticing details very much. But then when you're kind of giving this sort of expression of your memories and sort of the timeline of kind of how you are now, you can see that he focuses kind of one by one on things around you, looking for the holy symbol, and then sees what you're wearing. And then he says, I must reach back very far in my path of the mirror. But one that was me before I was me met another such as you. One who is mortal, bound to immortal, a symbiote. Is the symbiotic part of you the way you have changed? You can see he's
I don't
focused
understand
on your helm.
anything. He just, oh, okay. And he's asking, is the helm the part of me that changed?
Yeah, so he's saying I have to look way back into my mind, but long ago one of the ones that is me encountered someone who was the symbiote, was the mortal counterpart to an immortal thing. He's focusing on your helm and saying, is that what you did to change?
I don't think so.
But you did not resist what you believed. And then it no longer served you, so you changed it. This belief went from one to the other. It sends you back the image of you trying to calm a storm in the past and it working, and then you trying to calm a storm and it not working. As in being like, okay, well, so you were doing this thing and then it stopped working, so you stopped doing it, right?
No. No, that's not how it is. I saw that my way, the way that I thought was right, was wrong.
So there is a way that I am doing things that is wrong. It is not my queen that is wrong. It is I that am poorly serving her. I must change my service to properly serve. To accomplish my task means that I must relearn something I have learned. I must be a different Mir.
If you wish,
Man, this guy's killing me.
if you wish to serve your queen, and you wish the queens to be free to make their own choices, then you will need to disobey your queen to save her. She has been corrupted by the Night King, and all of her directives will not be her own, but will be from him to serve his purposes. To truly serve her, to make her free again, you will need to perhaps disobey her. You will need to act apart from her will, as her will is not her own.
That is the task, the change. The symbol I must throw away is the understanding of a drone. I am no drone. I am Mir. I should be able to take my queen's will and fulfill it, regardless of what words she has given, what images she has passed my way. I must do what is best for my queen, regardless of what my queen commands.
Yes, until her will is again her own. You must act in her interest.
You see him like trying to mull that over, like trying to figure out like, okay, well, how do I apply this to what to do now?
Can you sense your queen? Do you know where she is kept?
My queen will be in the hive. I cannot feel her here. For each of us, there is a connection, similar to, he again moves that only arm that he's moved so far and sort of gestures to the air vaguely. And you can see that he's sort of directing your attention to basically the edges of the room. He's more or less demoting like you have a certain range of your telepathy of like, I think it's 25, right? 25 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So he gestures around, basically, I need to be connected, I need to be telepathically connected to another drone, and says, but ours is more contained within us. If any mirror is within, and then you can tell that he's having a hard time translating distance very well to you, but roughly it's within 50 miles of one of the others. They can create a chain of telepathy back to the queen. But a chain can be held open across the mirrors, but my chain is broken.
Then do
So
you know
basically,
where?
he's not connected to the hive mind currently.
Yeah. Then do you know where we would find others like you to reconnect the chain?
I do. But if I am connected to the chain again, this conversation, in every way that I have been changed to be mere, will be known to my queen.
Would you choose to hide that willingly?
I will not hide myself from the hive mind. If I am connected, she will know. But if it is the right choice to serve my queen to be cut off from my mind, then I will endure it until a decision can be made. I am stupid and simple and weak alone. But perhaps my queen needs something stupid and simple and weak that is outside of the system of control. Maybe I was sent away not because of what I have done, not because of the shame that I carry. Maybe she needed me to go and find something that conflicted with my mirror enough to be able to come back as a change. I won't be good enough on my own, but I might be able to find others and cause them to change with me.
This boy out here starting a grassroots rebellion.
Can we help you in this cause? Do you know where you might find others not connected to your queen?
There are many small hives on the edges of the great ones. There are other queens that would welcome me. My mirror is very long. There have been many that have died and passed their memories on to me. I have a great connection back to many, many of those before me. Any young queen that has mirror that might only have a few lifetimes stored within their way would welcome my presence. You can see he's still sort of wheels turning, like he's trying to think, okay, like how do I do this? What do I do? And then he shakes his head and says, but this is the way of the queens, the Formian way. The three greatest are the ones with name and title, the three greatest hives. Among them there are thousands of Mir, with hundreds of thousands or millions of lifetimes of command and warfare, all together in one great mind. If any of the lesser queens had the capacity to dethrone one of the names, they would have done so long ago. And I believe there is little conflict between the queens anymore. There has always been change. The greatest of the queens, the middle queen, and the queen that is yet to come, they fight against one another, directly and indirectly, always vying for power to be the one who is my queen. The queen that was is the one that is the most stable, but there are always those attempting to change who they are, to change their collection of mirrors to be the only ones that matter, but
For a long time, there's been no conflict. The outer hives are very weak. They do not stand a chance to rebel against the names.
In your mind, we saw the queen yet to come resist.
And she failed. I butchered thousands of her hive, and then she submitted. She is the least, but even the least is stronger than dozens of those with no name or title.
Does he have like a shoulder?
Yeah.
I will touch his shoulder, and I will say, "What is right is often not easy, and just because it feels hopeless does not mean that it is, or that it is not worth doing. There is much to be gained in resistance, even if you do not succeed in the ways that you think or hope for."
He nods and then says, "But I do not understand. Before I was defeated, before Alanin broke his connection, assuming I was dead, you tried to explain to me, tried to say that you served one of the queens, but I don't understand how this is possible. Are you also broken off? But you are mortal, not Formian. How do you serve one of my queens as mortals?" So do you guys remember during the fight before
Mhm.
the first fight, you guys tried to convince him that you
Yeah.
served the rising sun?
I think this is a miscommunication. We do not serve your queen that is yet to come. We serve Clotho, the queen that is yet to come.
You serve the office of being one of the queens, but you do not serve the individual.
What?
Uh, how would I explain this better? Party.
But what does he mean, the office versus the individual? Because Clotho is the individual, is she not?
I think
She's
Clotho is the
kind of-
office.
No, she's the office. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I guess Sally Main is the person.
yeah. We serve one who is known as Sally Main. She serves the office of Clotho.
Ah, another court. Mortals that serve an immortal court. Ones that create symbiotes. I can understand this, yes.
Yes, I gesture to Drock. One of her knights is a member of our party, though we all endeavor to assist her cause.
You see him tilt head. It's a very different system, but I will say that I understand pieces. With my queens, there are not knights. Or rather, there are, but each queen has but a single knight. So like he's like, okay, so one of the knights, but he's like, okay, that mentally doesn't make sense to him, as
Mhm.
there is only a knight. But you're saying this system is different, and he's trying to kind of catch up
Mhm.
to figure out, all right, well, it's a similar system, but there's differences.
Yeah. Guess I would just nod at that, yeah.
So he sees, kind of thinks for a second, then goes, So, you are going to let me be free. You're going to allow me to go to the Lesser Queens to try to serve my queen still? Why? Only because I am to potentially harm your enemy? I am a tool for you to use to serve your ends.
Finally, someone gets it.
I think this is
You can tell
also
there's
a
no,
symbiosis.
there's no animosity there. Like he doesn't seem to be bothered by that statement.
Yeah. It serves our purposes to have the Formians free of the Night King. But even if it did not, we do not like to see sentient creatures chained.
You can see him again, that sort of thing. And now that you've seen him do it like 3 or 4 times, you can tell that he's sort of using his psionics. He's directing it inward. And when you can see what I sort of described as like the wheels turning behind his eyes, he seems to be accessing something. Like he's going into his own mind and looking for something. It's not just, oh, I remembered a thing. This seems to take some sort of effort of will for him to do. And then he says, some of the old lives remember Seelie things. That is what you are. You are Seelie.
Uh,
I typed it.
are we?
I believe so.
Have we heard Seelie before?
Yeah, Seelie and Unseelie, it's like the accords, the dealings between mortals and immortals or immortals and immortals.
Okay. I thought that was she and something. No?
Isn't she just a different term for the courts? Like to be
Yeah,
she?
yes.
I will
I
say
just
that
did,
Josh is correct. The only time you've heard the terms Seelie and Unseelie are in reference to the Accords.
okay, and so Seelie was the rules for mortals dealing with mortals? No.
Immortals dealing with mortals.
Correct.
Okay.
There is not a set of Accords for mortals dealing with each other.
Right.
Because we don't got no rules.
Right.
We we construct our own rules and enforce them ourselves.
So he's saying, I think I understand. You think you people are Seelie. You're part of the Seelie court. And you can tell he's sort of saying that, like, is that correct?
But it's not really, or is it sort of?
We
Do we
have done
know-
dealings with immortals.
Yeah. So I guess I would convey sort of like an uncertainty. Like I understand what you're saying. I'm not totally sure if we are or are not.
Do you have access to your mortal mirror?
Like the memory of all of the lives that we've had before this.
Yes.
No, that's not a mortal thing.
He very slowly nods his head. But you are of Eladrin. You are Elan, yes? You can tell he is asking you about your race, like you are
Yeah.
an Eladrin.
Hmm. I am, but I have undergone a change, and am not connected to my heritage.
Ah, so, like me, I am not connected to my hive, and I cannot access my other mirrors. You are too not connected and cannot access your mirror.
Yes.
Do you attempt to access? And are none of you connected to your mirrors?
I do not think that is something we do. But if anyone were able to do it, it would especially not be me.
He nods. Perhaps my memories are mistaken. I met one of the mere of mortals, and I thought I remembered an explanation that there were one for each of the races, but perhaps I misunderstood, and there only exists one for the dwarves.
Would we know if that was true?
The kind of explanation and going through his mind and seeing that there's a whole bunch of like seems to be like a racial genetic memory is not something you've encountered before.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not sure if he's wrong
Mm-hmm.
or he's also talking about things. And when you guys saw that dwarven memory from him, you know it was very, very old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I would say we saw in your mind that your mirror is very expansive, and we have only memories of several decades. And it is possible that each race at one time had a mirror, but I think that would be very long before our time.
Much is lost. Many of the things that the older Mir remember do not exist anymore. The mortals are changed, lesser creatures than we remember. You
I
can
know
tell that
much.
There is a pretty distinct sadness to that.
Hmm.
And in his mind, he tries to sort of give you a series of images or a series of impressions. And it's going to be really hard to translate into what it's like for a human, but sort of get the equivalent thing to him in his mind kind of attaching sort of like a timber wolf as saying like this is mortal kind that some of the ancients remember, and then giving you an image of like a pug and being like this seems to be what mortal kind is now.
Hmm.
And that sort of change from wild and powerful and iconic to sort of like a pet thing with a bunch of problems, has difficult breathing when it goes up too many steps.
Hmm. I sort of shrug apologetically.
So the Myrmidon says, are you to return with me? Are you to help me with the queens? To rally the others to serve my own queen's will? Or have you tasks yet to serve for your Seelie purposes?
We do have tasks. We need to traverse the cause, but we do have a ship, and you would be welcome to join us if we could assist you.
I would need your word that you would offer assistance. Such cannot be that I am ignored or kept captive. I would do what I can to help you, but I ask that you allow me to go free when I need. And if you mean to help me serve my queen, that you will do so once your tasks are complete.
I can certainly guarantee that you would be free to leave at any time. But I must ask my whole party of companions if they are willing to assist you in your task. I would not speak for them on this.
Ah, of course. He turns his head and looks towards Drock and says, and you are the one that would speak to the other to see if their task would also be something that could be done. This group of drones, and you are their mirror, yes?
I mean, I'm not even sure I know of any other knights, to be honest. I don't think I do, right?
I mean, yeah. You know there is one other knight.
Oh, who's that again?
He played in the
Dalseth?
group.
Oh,
Oh,
is that the other battle mind?
You know, Syl is who I was saying.
Oh,
Oh, right.
He's not in the group anymore. He is still in the campaign and is still
he
a knight.
still
of-
exists.
Yeah.
It exists, yeah. While I'm not their mirror, I would relay your question and see if they would be willing to help as well. I cannot speak for them, though.
I apologize for my incorrect mixture of terms. You are the representative of the immortals in this group of mortals. You will ask the one you serve, the rising sun, and should she permit it, you will help me serve my queen.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't know. I'm just trying to think it through here, like out of game. Like I think all of this aligns with kind of what we want to do, right? So yeah, I would ask and be willing to talk to her and see if she'd be willing to assist even.
So if that is the agreement, he will agree to go back to the ship until basically he feels like you guys are sidelining him too long, and then he's going to. You can tell this from the mental communication, right? Like
Mhm.
he's willing to go with you for a little while. If you're going to offer aid at some point, cool. But he's going to kind of he's going to leave if he feels like you guys are not putting him on the to-do list, I guess you should say.
Yeah. So, did he ever say where the other queens that he would look for are?
Yes,
Are they
they're in
in-
the wilds.
They're in the wilds. Can he be more specific, or are they just sort of like roaming everywhere throughout the wilds?
He would say each of the Mir have within them a understanding of the wilds, the way that it is designed to change and move and breed. I can traverse any piece of the wilds and know where all things are connected to any of the hives. The hive clusters spread for thousands and thousands of miles. They take up a much larger portion than on this mirror of any of your people.
Mm.
Okay, so out of game, just trying to think here. So the wilds that he's talking about, are those the Feywilds?
Yeah.
And
So
that's
he's saying in the Feywild, there is a really large chunk of the Feywild that is controlled by the Formians. And he says there's the Great Hive, which is in the middle. It has the 3 named queens. And then around the edges of the Great Hive, there are all of these lesser queens.
right. And the Feywilds is primarily where Clotho and her power are from, right?
Yeah, she's Fey, and it is the Fey realm.
Okay. Yeah, I think if the Night King is trying to use creatures from the Fey, I think she'd be willing to help fix that as well, so. Cool.
Cool.
So he will agree to kind of go along with you, but one other piece that'll kind of put there is he needs to sort of be hidden, because if anyone notices him and anyone recognizes him, it's going to be difficult for him to stay unconnected.
Mhm.
So you guys have added one more person to your menagerie on board the ship.
Yay.
We should start calling an arc and see if we can get 2 of each, right?
He's going to sort of send out a telepathic signal to the weapon that you guys took from him. He actually did have the image here of him holding a gun. He did have a gun, so he sends out a little thing that looks like it was some sort of like telepathic lock. You guys didn't say you tried to use the gun prior to doing this sort of
Portal gun, right?
thing. Yes, so he will unlock the portal gun for you guys to be able to use.
It's nice of him.
And I'll be back in just 1 second. And you guys need to sort of decide what to do next. I need to go and put the baby back in bed. Be right back.
So we're keeping this program? I figured
Don't
we'd be
we-
returning it, but I'm down to keep it. That thing's cool.
Don't we need to rest?
Yeah.
Aren't we at 1 HP?
Gary said when we
Well, use
came
your
out of
healing
the
surge.
dream that we had enough time to do a short rest and do healing surges.
Um,
Can we take a long rest?
don't we need to long rest?
Oh, do we?
Probably.
Bro,
Oh.
my character is
I
fucked
mean-
up.
Well, we're just gonna go like on a tour of a museum.
Yeah, we've already tried that and been in 2 combats.
Yeah, but like, how many more could there be?
Walks into a fancy ass museum. Damn, those people look like shit.
So I think I heard you guys talking about how you guys are pretty low on resources right now, which is accurate.
Mhm.
Is the plan to head to Masibu's as you are? Maybe dust off a little bit and then head over there?
What time of day is it?
That's not a super relevant question for this place, but I think it's about midday.
When was our last long rest?
Pretty recently. You would not be able to go and immediately take a long rest right now. You'd have to do things for the rest of the day, or I mean, you can just wait on the ship, but it's going to take a pretty big chunk of time to take out another long rest. You can't take them within 12 hours of each other.
Gotcha. And can we assume that the Formian can get to the ship safely on his own, or
Yeah, basically, if you give him, some time to recover, right? Patch him up and that sort of stuff. He has no problems making his way through the city.
would it be weird if he came with us to Masibu?
It might, but also from the Formian's perspective, his worry is that eventually he's going to get seen by somebody.
Okay.
So when you guys kind of gave him the image of the ship, right? The idea of like, okay, well, you could go on the ship and you'll be safe there.
Mhm.
He is worried about not being on the ship and being safe because he doesn't want to be out and about and then get seen, and then
Mhm.
either they, jump back in and take over him, or he gets reconnected to the hive, and then the
Right.
information that he is going to disobey is sent back to the queen.
Right. Okay. Do we feel safe just sending him to the ship, or do we need to go with him because of Al? Party.
I mean, we should
Oh.
warn him about Al.
I don't know. Wait, before I make a decision, Drock, how many healing surges do you have?
Okay, how you can spend healing surges during a short rest, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Can.
so I spent 3 to get up to 91, so I have 2 left only. Yeah, I've somehow used 13 surges.
Because whatever token is on the board is definitely not what my character looks like right
I have no surges, but I'm at 52 hit points.
Wait, there's no way this is right.
Yeah, you. I think
My
you
character
died.
was.
Yeah, I think you died in
My
like a
character-
single set of things.
I think I also had near 0 healing surges.
Let's see if I can go back to the Night King fight and see. I think you got delete. I deleted you from the board because you were out of initiative.
Mhm.
But yes, people are very low on surges, and also missing quite a few daily powers and cool tricks and trades and stuff. That fight was quite difficult.
Yeah, we died.
You also had a fight before that outside where you fought, which wasn't you guys did pretty well with, but still took some resources. So, what do you guys want to do? You want to head back to the docks with him to bring him back to Al Shaib, or do you want to just tell him, "Hey, Al Shaib's here. You know, beware," and then continue on with your plan?
The question is, team, how in danger do you feel? It's-
I mean, yeah, being down to 2 out of 15 surges. I mean,
I'm nearly certain I cannot heal.
yeah,
Is what I'm trying.
I think it wouldn't be bad to just.
Oh.
I don't think we're in a rush here because we have days to kill, right? So we got beat
That's-
up pretty bad.
That's true. I could have used Healing Spirit, Philly, to give you 3d6 hit points.
Good.
I think you used it during the fight.
Yeah, but it's encounter.
True, but I don't. It doesn't matter who the healer is. I'm not going to let you sort of spam the ability to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like one time during a short rest, or no?
Yeah, I could use it once, but it's not going to be. It's not going to be enough to give like a bunch of surges to somebody else, and you're going to have to get a surge from somebody else to do that heal.
Well, I used 3 surges, so I could
Okay.
say
So one of them on you was
was to give Philly
really
3d6,
extra. Okay.
so that he's not at
Fine.
1 hit point.
Yeah, sounds good.
I mean, I don't mind using mine for someone else if that's possible.
Well, I was going to use all 3 of mine anyway, so I think it's
think that-
fine.
Basically, everyone is either at like 1 or less surges, or is very injured.
Fool's token looks pretty full, but I imagine that's not actually correct.
Looking real quick, I think.
I have the thing pulled up, the video.
Yeah.
My
Can't get
token is
Oh,
correct.
Griffle does actually have 4 surges at the end of the video.
Okay.
Oh, two surges at the end of the video.
But she would need those to heal a little bit.
Griffle has 2. Kylie has 4. Morin has 4.
Oh, I had 4? Okay. Well done.
And then Drock has 5, which I think he already had correctly.
We could go back to the ship and vampire comrade sucker the crew.
That seems very rude.
Just
I've already
kidding.
said that is going to be something that is not going to be a thing very much.
Totally kidding. Philly, you could take 3d6 though.
Roll it.
Oh.
I'm not doing it.
I don't like all this responsibility.
Oh,
13.
that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Do you feel like having me walk around at 14 HP?
Yeah. Great.
I mean, that's the question, guys. Like, you could say, "Cool, we're calling today a day," and then stop here, because you guys do have some time that you have to spend.
Oh, here's the thought. Let's go to the ship and then do a sending where we ask Masibu to just come to the ship.
What reason does this person have to come to the ship?
We'll give him
'Cause we're
food, supper.
Or didn't we just need to ask him to set up the tour?
Mm-hmm.
So we could just do a sending and say, can you set up the tour for tomorrow?
Yeah.
And then we could just hang out on the ship.
Let's do
You
it.
could have done that.
I think we should take a long rest no matter what.
Okay.
There's a lot of fuckers here. And not in a good way.
That
So the
sounds
plan
good to
is
me.
head back to the ship, do ascending to Masibu, and ask him to set up the meeting or set up the tour.
Yep.
I think so.
Yes.
Oh, and can we also do a sending to Kiki and tell her we're not going to leave tonight so she could wait, and we'll do a sending when it's time.
I think we had established previously that you'd already done that.
Oh, okay.
But yes, because you did that because you told her to meet you at the ship, which would have been last night.
Oh,
You
okay.
did a sending to tell her to not come until you guys were going to send her a message.
Perfect. Okay.
So, someone type out a sending for me real quick. I'm not going to be super nitpicky about it, but I need to know vaguely what you're saying to him. And then I'll do the sending in response, and then you guys can take the afternoon. Is there anything you guys want to do with this sort of extended downtime? Because you're going to need about 12 hours ish for this extended rest. And I'll go over kind of once we do the sending stuff. I'll go over sort of what happens when you guys make it back to the ship. But what's the group's plan to do on the extended rest? Chill and relax.
Introduce our new friend to Al Shaib. All right, here's my draft of the sending.
I'm not hearing any people saying there's a problem with that, so I'm going to assume that that's what gets sent.
That
Yeah, I'm
works
good.
for me.
Yep.
So that is his response. I will also know that, or kind of note that you guys are aware that this sort of thing is his job. So he's not trying to extort you. Like, this is what he does for a living.
Mm-hmm.
Extort people.
Yeah.
Kidding.
I think that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's a small connection fee?
You very much get the impression that that's one of those, we'll have to, work out the details. Massage the numbers.
Sure.
The Shasek is like the mayor,
The
right?
Imperium
Yeah.
Mayor.
That can't go bad for us.
Of course not. Just don't bring Baneslayer.
Oh, good call. We should probably leave all of our special weapons behind.
No, if there's a single chance of us getting into combat with the Imperium, my spear is going to be there.
It wants
I
to
would
kill
like to
gods.
bring Baneslayer to show myself as a high-ranking member.
Except for they might see through that bullshit.
No,
Except I
no, no,
imagine
no, no,
the
no,
mayor
no,
might
no.
report to, I don't know, an alienist in town.
No, no, no,
Jesus
no,
And
no,
that
Christ.
would be
Yeah.
no.
the last person that we want.
No, 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 no.
I'll type up stuff in a second. I'm just sort of thinking about how this is going to be phrased. And I would say that the money part of it is not going to matter because what he's going to ask for is going to be sort of below the threshold of I need you guys to keep track of it.
Mhm.
But he's asking for like a decent chunk of money. You know, for if you guys were not Paragon characters, it would be a difficult amount of money to come up with.
So what, like 5 gold?
So he's asking for like a couple hundred gold.
Okay.
How much could it cost? $5.
$10.
So yeah, so you guys get to the ship, and you can tell the Formian walks straight up to the edge of the barrier, like right up to the edge of the ward, and stops pretty much exactly at the edge of the barrier. Now, most people don't seem to notice the barrier as being a thing that's a barrier, but the Formian clearly recognized it as a barrier.
Yeah. Can I fill him in on Al Shaib being a Jinn living on our ship who runs our security system? Might ask you to make a deal. It's up to you whether you want to or not.
You kind of, I'm going to just say that that's what you said to him,
Yep.
and nods and says, there are things like this in the hives. The knight has access. It makes sense you would have one as well. So you see him sort of stand and sort of move side to side on the edge, like he's trying to see where the edge of the barrier is, feel it out for a second, and then he takes a sort of deep shuddering breath, which looks weird because he breathes in several spaces on his body, and then he steps through the barrier and vanishes in a puff of smoke.
Godspeed to you.
So it's about 5 minutes. It's a pretty quick conversation with Al Shaib before the Formian returns. And then the Formian nods to you and says, we have an understanding. I will stay safe here as long as I can. The ones I am hidden from shall be the ones that your Jinn is hidden from as well. We agree to keep mutual secrets.
Wait, the ones
I know.
he's hidden from are the same ones that the Jinn is hidden from?
I might have said that wrong, but basically he's saying the deal is the same. I won't reveal who he's
Who
hiding from,
he's-
and he won't reveal who I'm hiding from.
Yeah.
Sorry. So they're not telling each other who they're hiding from, basically?
So he's
They
saying,
won't rat each other out.
yes, they're not going to rat each other out, basically.
Got it. Okay.
I recognize the Jinn is trying to avoid somebody. I'm not going to cause any problems. He recognizes I'm trying to avoid somebody. He's not going to cause that to be any problem. So
Who is Elsha you trying to avoid?
that's not a question for me to answer.
No, it's more like, do we remember anything? Like, would Griffle know already? Like, is this a I'm forgetting as the player, or have we just not been told?
I would say that as players, you've never been told very directly, but it is something that you guys have talked about before and could figure out via context.
I mean, we know that he was chained by that Ifrit. And we know that he was being used by Sanctuary in some way. But I don't think we've been told like explicitly. Like he hasn't said like I'm on the run from blah.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I just wondered.
So, different people on the ship get introduced. You can tell that the crew doesn't like freak out when the Formian is on board, but it's definitely a step up in their level of dealing with weirdness. Like
Really?
you guys
Yes.
you guys have asked for like, okay, we're gonna bring this guy on board, and like, okay, well that's some random human. Okay, well this guy is, an orc warder. Like the people that have been brought to the ship are still vaguely humanoid, and this guy, the Formian, is not even close. And so there
Close.
is this thing of like, okay, so this guy is here and staying, I guess, but that's very weird. You have to sort of remember from the context that a lot of these guys are lifelong sailors, but they're used to sailing on like an ocean with sails, and not like bebopping around the universe on a teleporting spaceship and having crazy alien ant people walk around the ship.
Mhm.
But with all the teleporting, you'd think this wouldn't be the weirdest thing seen so far.
Can I ask him how, because he can speak common, right?
Who?
The Formian.
You've not heard him make any actual noise other than like, the noise that he makes when he moves and stuff. You've never heard him say anything at all.
Oh, I thought, didn't we, when we had the combat 2 sessions ago, what it was like reciting common, or was that telepathically reciting common?
So he was basically being the connection to someone else that was speaking. But it was
Oh.
the reason I was saying it that way. So I
Mhm.
know what you're referring to, is when he talks, it's clear that his native language is like psionics. So he
Mhm.
speaks in a sort of psionically rich language.
Yeah. Okay.
Whereas when he was being the mouthpiece for Elenin, it was clear that someone was saying common and he was sort of recreating that with psionics in order to speak with.
Mhm.
So there was a break between him kind of mimicking what someone else was saying, but he was still using telepathy for both.
Gotcha. I would like to do just like a little bit of kind of, I don't know, like like bridge building between him and the crew, and just sort of, you know, they're not all psionic, most of them are not. He's cool, he's a warrior. Leave him be, just to kind of get ahead of any potential discomfort.
So you can tell that like the people, your crew recognizes kind of what you're doing and are, can kind of be like, okay, well, we're glad that you're making an attempt. This is still really weird, but okay. And then as you're kind of doing this for a little while, you can tell that he doesn't really want to go below the deck. Like
Mm.
the Formian wants to stay above, like on the deck for a good
Mhm.
chunk of the time. But after there's enough commotion, some of the other passengers on your ship, some of the other people come up, and specifically Hatterai. And when Hatterai comes up, you can tell that he's one of the first non-adventurers to kind of come and stand within reach of the Formian. You can sort of tell that all the crew, they're standing like just far enough away that they couldn't actually be like grabbed or
Mhm.
stabbed by the Formian, which is going to bring me to the next question. Do you give him back his swords? Do you give him back his weapons?
Yeah, I would.
So people are going to not stand within reach so they think that he can just reach out and stab them.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Well, since Hatterai is there, I would mentally connect the two of them. Does Hatterai have psionics telepathy?
He is not, he doesn't have the ability to use it, but he's been around people that have used it enough that he's not bad with it.
Gotcha. So I would introduce the two of them, because I think as a historian, Hatterai would be very interested in a creature that has, millennia of lifetimes of knowledge.
So you can tell that the two of them, you mentally link them in, and then after a moment, you can tell that the Formian sort of takes over the connection. Not that he's trying to like kick you out of it or whatever, but
Mhm.
he's not sort of piggybacking on your connection like others do, because he's just sort of used to using his own telepathy. And then you can tell of a moment of like Hatterai has that like, oh shit, this is weird. And then he's the first member of the crew that walks closer to him, and you can see Hatterai kind of bend down and look on the, because if you look at the picture, that's actually really accurate to what it looks like. That he has all these little, like, looks like runes that are scribed on his carapace. And you can see him go down, and he touches one of the, he asks to touch one of the runes. And when the Formian nods his head, he touches one of the runes. And then you can tell there's this weird, like, partially you could translate it into verbal, but partially they're like talking about arcane magic. And he's talking about like, okay, what does this symbol mean? And very quickly you can see Hatterai, he like has that moment of like, this is weird, and then skips away from it to go, okay, I'm gonna talk Shoppa for a second. Like, you've got enchanted armor. I don't recognize that enchantment, but I recognize that one, but I don't recognize that one. And you can see the two of them start to have this very intense psionic conversation of discussing the different things. And then the Formian takes that cloak that he has over his shoulder and turns it inside out. And you can see that there's like runes and markings on the interior of the cloak. And you can see that, while you can't hear their conversation, the two of them are talking only directly to each other. You get this impression of there being a point of commonality, right? And the rest of the crew are also noticing like, oh, it's very different from us, but there is stuff to talk about. There is common ground.
My heart is warmed.
So you guys take some time, get everyone integrated together. A couple of people on the ship still stay away. Vertak is not going to come above ship. He's still kind of doing his own thing, as well as Mstislav and the family usually stay away from everyone. But Mstislav and his family are spending a lot of time not aboard the ship now that you guys are docked, which is normal, is what he does every time. Unless you're docked like, somewhere on Solban. And yeah, you guys spend some time relaxing, recovering, trying not to exert yourself because of the rough time that you all had with the Formian and with everything inside of the mind. And about the time that it's going to be, what would equivalent be dinner time or a little after dinner, when you would expect there to be the ability to take an extended rest, the Captain Crom, comes to the edge of the barrier and sort of gestures at some of the crewmen until one of the crewmen comes and gets you all to get his attention to come and talk to you. So Crom will kind of stand on the edge of the dock. He doesn't stand right at the edge of the barrier like the Formian did. Like the Formian very clearly could somehow sense where the barrier is. Crom is like a few feet past the barrier. Like he's vaguely sure where it is, but not exact like the Formian was. But he's going to wait outside for someone to come talk to him.
Still won't come in, right?
Yeah, no.
Come on.
So, is anyone going to talk to him?
I mean, yeah, I'd assume we were all just going to go out and say hi, right?
Okay. So, you guys head on to the docks. And Crom says, I thought you should know that my crew is recovering. Those that needed to be, the one that needed to be brought back is also cured and recovering. But the combination of things has left us a little light on the money. We thought we were going to be quite safe for a significant amount of time with the payment we had. We're not going to be starving or worrying about keeping the ship at port or anything. But there's a lot of questions being asked about what to do next. We had a understanding, I hope, a working relationship that I thought I was going to be the one in control, and you were. We made our deals. I've got my crew back. But I didn't want to sail away to do something else if there were further dealings. He kind of looks around the ship and he says, one of my crew said you had Formian join. Are you making deals with the outer hives, or is there something else happening here?
I mean, I don't know how much information we want to give this guy, right?
That's a question for you guys. Your ships are basically the only two ships at this dock, and they're docked right across from each other. So he's like, "Hey, we noticed you did this thing. We're actually able to leave if we want to now, but we're trying to figure out what to do next." And you can tell there's a certain measure of like he's talking captain to captain, right? Like
Mhm.
he's mostly talking to Morin, but he's looking around with the acknowledgement of you guys have said that there's more shared leadership here. So there's a question for you guys. What do you want to tell him, if anything? And he's making it clear that he's ready to set sail, but is trying to figure out what you guys are doing.
Why would he care what we're doing?
Maybe
Is
he
he
thinks,
like trying to extort us?
or we could offer him paid work.
A job.
Would we offer him a job?
Do we need a second ship going through the cause?
Those are not questions for me. Those are questions for you guys.
Oh yeah, that was more a rhetorical question to the group. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I can't think of what we would want him for.
So it's going to be least awkward for Josh/Morin to be the one that's going to be talking, because he's talking at you. So what does
Yeah.
Morin do as response?
So he asked if we had made an alliance with the Outer Hives.
Mhm.
No.
Well, maybe we want to say yes, though, because we don't want him to think that we like poached one of the Night Kings. You know.
Wait, we could tell the truth though and say we didn't make a deal with the Outer Hives.
Well, the Inner Hives are the Night Kings.
Yeah. Are they though? Do we know that for sure, or just that hive and that queen?
I think that's what our guy told us. That like the 3 Inner Hives are like the strongest, and those are, well, we know the Old Queen and the Young Queen are.
Wait, so he said, did you make an alliance with the Outer Hives?
Yeah, so those are like the free ones. So that probably would be the safest to say. I would try to personally, I would try to deflect that question. Just like, we got a guy. We made a new friend at the bar.
Sure. We met a Formian. I don't know what this guy's relation is to the Inner or the Outer Hives, though.
Is that what Morin says?
Yeah.
So he nods and says, "Very well." And then he kind of looks around, and you can tell that he's kind of being acutely aware that you're standing in the middle, like you're standing in the dock between the two ships. So potentially both crews could see your all's interaction. And you can see that he's sort of like, he's very aware that his crew members and your crew members are kind of watching this interaction. Then he says, "Listen, I'm not I'm not really used to this communal way of doing things. I'm used to speaking captain to captain, or client to someone offering something in return. Listen, my job is to make sure my crew has work, and I can at least hope that we are on, if not good terms, neutral terms. I've held my end of the bargain, you have held your end. And while we found ourselves initially at odds, I don't see any reason for that to continue. And somebody wanted to put a lot of money in your way to stop you from what you're doing. But you're here, you're making deals with people in the city. I'm glad to help in the ways that I can. I'll get something out of it, but it's got me wondering. You've not said exactly what you're out here for, and
If you're here, that means you're going further into the cause. And that ship, and this amount of money that's being tossed around in your way, and I imagine money that you're able to toss around yourself, that smacks of something that could be lucrative. For me, obviously. But my crew is good. We aren't combatants in the same way that we can overcome the types of defenses your ship has. But each of the men aboard my ship bring their own experiences and a lifetime aboard ships, and many of them a lifetime working around and sailing the cause itself. If you're doing something that might have a payday at the end, well, we could try to find some sort of arrangement that you can use my ship and our knowledge to your benefit.
Okay, out of character. It's been long enough. Why are we here again? I know we're following the map from the Sphinx.
We're trying to find. Yeah, we're following. We're following the map. Well, we're trying to find the next part of the map.
Right, but to get through the cause, the goal is to get through the cause. But what's at the end again?
Summer.
Ideally, the
summer.
next part of the map, or the not Clotho Queen.
The Mama Queen.
Yeah.
Mother, not grandmother, right?
Yeah.
Queen that
And
is.
the queen that is. And we were told by Masibu that he one time went through the cause and like brute forced his way to some sort of old temple where he saw runes like the runes on our decoder ring,
Yes, correct.
and that it was horrible. But the way he described it definitely felt like Queen of Summer-esque.
Fire and heat and death. Not a place he wants to go back to.
Yeah.
So this is Crom, basically. So again, you have to kind of think of it from the perspective of this guy. He was hired for an exorbitant amount of money to capture you guys. That didn't work out. And now he can see that you guys are doing things in the city. And now he's like, okay, they're going on this treasure hunt of some kind from his perspective. But for them to be here and for them to have these kind of resources, it's got to be something big. And that's what he's kind of asking. He's like, what are you all here to do?
Mhm.
And can I get in on this if this is going to be some sort of great score?
Yeah. I think we'd want to tell him no, because we'll just get him killed.
Well, even if we don't, if everything goes swimmingly, because it always does with us, everything's flawless and goes smooth with no issues. Even if that happens, we get to the end. We're not here for money. We're here to ultimately release a power that's beyond us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The monetary
It's not
reward
really
isn't
like a
there.
profit.
Right.
Yeah.
And also the Star Shadows are here in town. Like there's a lot of bad shit. Like he's probably safest leaving. But I wonder if he could tell us more about the guy that hired him.
Yeah, we could pay him for information.
Yeah,
Thought
I'm
we
just
already
wondering,
did that.
did we get enough information? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I will say that he basically is like, hey, here's the guy's spell signature. Here's everything
That's
I knew
right.
about him.
Yeah.
You're in character. You think you've gotten pretty much all that Crom knows, or at least
Well-
he did not seem to be hiding anything when you asked him to
Right.
search that before.
What I mean is like information about the city, about the cause, like
I think we are like, I mean, it's been a few months, but I think we like did have those conversations with him.
Yeah. And so, and basically what he said is, hey, I'll be the middleman. I know I'm a guy that knows a bunch of people. I can get you connections in the city. He got you connected with Masibu. He's, willing to get you connected with whoever in the city. And basically he's coming to you now saying like, okay, I've seen what you've done with these connections. You've now done this stuff. You seem to be preparing for a trip. This looks like, if this is going to be a score, I want in. And, I can bring, this is what I can bring. I've got a ship full of crew. We've got a lot of experience. We know the cause fairly well. You can tell that there's a certain measure of he's pitching himself and his crew to you guys because he
Mhm.
assumes what you're doing is going to be a treasure hunt with a bunch of treasure at the end.
I mean, we could just be honest, be like, we don't know the monetary value of the thing we seek. You would be coming at your own risk with an unknown reward.
It is more of a religious pilgrimage.
Yeah.
Is that what you tell him?
Mhm.
I think
Yeah.
so, yeah.
So he nods along. He goes, the way I see it, either you're trying to not tell me what's going on, not tell me what's at the other end, and it is a big payday, or you're being honest with me, and this is a pilgrimage. This is something you're doing for something else, but that means if you don't have money you're gaining at the end and you're burning money here, that means you've got a lot of money to spare or a powerful backer or patron. I'm not big on religion. Never have been, and I guess some of my crew are to different degrees, but we're not against working for the church. Hell, we're not against working for the Imperium when the time suits. And I think you might need someone with the skills of my people before it all is said and done. But if you're going to keep yourself in the dark and play it close to the chest, I can respect that as well.
Sorry, and Gary, I should know this, but I just don't. Like, do people actually like religiously serve Clotho or the Court of Summer? Is that kind of like not an actual religion, or more just something different?
I mean, that's not that stuff has been taken away from the world. Maybe there were people at some point that did that, but not in living memory. Like the name Clotho was forbidden when you guys first encountered it, remember?
Yeah. Okay.
So nobody knows that stuff.
Would the Summer Court mean things to people?
Not really. I mean, there are some people that would be like experts in history that might know this, but like you can talk to someone like Marcel. Like Marcel might know a thing or two about it, but it's not going to be something that's actively served or actively done anymore.
Got it.
And I will say that, as the DM talking to the players, one of the big overarching themes of the campaign is that the world is winding down. Like the organizations that have held the world together from way back in session 0, one of the core concepts is that everything is sort of falling apart and spreading out. And this is one of those things. Like, yeah, that might have been a thing that people knew way back when, but that's been lost. You guys are effectively in a dark age. So no, that's not a thing that people know about. And you guys haven't told him even that much of like what you guys are doing.
Well, and I was thinking, do we want to? If he said, some on our crew are religious, being like, are there any that serve the Court of Summer? But if no one even knows that, right, then that doesn't even make sense.
So what's the play?
So he's basically saying we're either being deceptive or being truthful and don't know enough ourselves and just have a powerful backer. And
I mean, he's not even saying that. He's like, if you say that there's no treasure at the end of this, okay, either that you're lying about that and there is, or you're not lying about that, you're telling the truth, but that means that the money has to be coming from somewhere, right? Like you're not just doing this for free out of the goodness of your heart. There has to be something here. You're taking orders from somebody. That's how the world works. So he's asking, what are the things there? And if it is a treasure at the end, I can help you get there and get a split of the spoils. And if you're serving somebody, right, you're here commanded by someone else, or you have something else that you're doing, I can make that easier and can get the money from them, right? It can either be I can get a percentage of the score, or you can pay me some amount of money to guide you through the cause.
so how much money do we actually have left? That's on Superstition's End, right?
Mechanically, I will say that I have sort of a in the background thing to make it easy on you guys. Hiring the pirate crew and paying them like a flat fee to lead you someplace is within your capabilities, but it is going to mean that you're going to be starting, like, I'm going to start keeping track of money at that point, right? Like, you've got a pretty good sort of campaign chest right now where I hand wave a lot of money stuff. If you hire another crew, like a full on hire another ship, that's going to be enough of the resources that I'm going to say, okay, now I'm going to start paying a little bit of attention to money, because that is a reasonably big expenditure, right? Like, I'm the connection fee with Masibu, that's below the threshold of you having to care about. Hiring this other crew to lead you through the cause, that is a big enough expenditure that we'll start keeping track of money.
Okay. I don't know, like, do the rest of you guys see any benefit to having a second ship, a second crew?
I mean, they do know this area of space, but I don't see why we. Like, no, not really. Like, it would be handy to have people who kind of know, like, the area, but not to the point where we would want to, like, jeopardize what we're trying to do.
I haven't heard a lot from Michael lately, so what's Michael's opinion, or Filibuster's opinion, I should say?
This guy needs to understand that we are anomalies and we just do shit. And I don't actually think we necessarily need him. I don't know what benefit. I mean, on a scale of, like, obviously our ship outclasses so many others, but, like, on the scale of, like, ship power, how would you say he fares, Gary?
So his ship would be kind of on par to one of the capital ships in the Battle of not Haven, Hardhome, the Battle of Hardhome. So like the Oreste or one of those, that's about as strong as his ship.
I mean, part of me is like, we don't need him, but also the other part of me is like, I kind of fuck with, like, our D&D campaign becoming One Piece. we have a fleet. That's yeah. I don't really lean one way or the other, but I think rule of cool, having underlings kind of bangs. That's my thought.
I thought we could offer him up front, and Gary, I don't know what it would mean for monetary and paying attention gold and whatnot. We could offer him up front 50% of his normal rate, and then we could offer him a share of the treasure at the end, if there is any. Rather than all up front, right? We don't think there's treasure at the end, but there might be. Give him some of that if there is. Otherwise, he gets 50% of what he'd normally get.
I will say that that's definitely a conversation he'd be willing to have. But I think the conversation that has to happen first is whether you guys want him along, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm more bringing that up as if that's easier to swallow for the group in terms of, like, willing to give away that much money still. Because I'm still assuming that's a lot of money.
Okay, that can work. And if that's something you bring up with him, he would kind of edit it to having a flat fee and plus salvage rights, because you guys don't tend to care about salvage stuff, but his ship does and the other ships here do.
I mean, I wouldn't want to give away all rights, but yeah, definitely a fair share we can divvy up at the end.
Yeah. you find something valuable and useful, he will want to have the ability to take it if need be. But is the question still before the group of, and I don't know if one knows that she's still muted, but of whether you guys want to bring Milan.
Did we figure out what he brings to the table? Other than just he thinks he's a good ship?
And knowledge of the cause. I don't know how deep into the cause, but knowledge of the cause.
His ship is about the power level of one of the capital ships at the Battle of Hardholm.
Okay.
So we'd be adding that to our fleet.
And has he said like where in the cause he's been or like what he has navigated?
No.
If you give him the opportunity, he will definitely do so. He will explain a whole bunch of things that he's done, but he will also say that the value the value I bring is also different because my crew is not like your crew. We have not stayed together this whole time. Each of us has signed on for individual missions. I bring before them a task, a certain amount of money, and people come or they don't. And I might have to find different people if others say no. I do not leave with the same crew every time. And I imagine some of the crew will want to stay here given their experience being cleansed of the curse and one of them being brought back. He might want to take some time to himself. But that does mean that members of my crew have served on a dozen or many dozens of other crews and will bring with them the knowledge that they got from traveling to places all over the cause. And I will say that from your guys' perspective, right, like his whole deal before was, I will get you introductions, I will get you properly docked, I'll deal with all the port stuff. He has basically done a lot of the logistics of you guys being here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we hired that
The reader?
no, when we bought the crew in Hardholm.
Mm.
I forget what his title is, but it's the guy that's done all the shopping for us when we've been off doing shit.
The quartermaster?
Yeah, and now we have a space version of the quartermaster.
Sort of. I mean, this is the guy he has his own ship. So, and he has his own quartermaster, but yeah, like he's willing to be your guide for the cause. And you can tell that he's not trying to push you to, if you guys don't want to tell him what you're really here for, he would like to know that, obviously. But if you guys are gonna, not tell him, then there is a certain thing of like, okay, well, if you need to keep your secrets, but I can connect you with the places, I can do what you need to do. Because again, you guys can tell from his perspective, he sees this as you guys are doing something that involves a lot of money. I like a lot of money. My crew also big fans of lots of money. So if there is the potential of us getting lots of money out of this, we would like to be involved.
I just don't know because I feel like it's kind of a security risk. And we're about to have this glyph for this borer. That doesn't teleport us, but it like makes a path. So I don't know if we're even going to be like traveling in the normal way. And we were told this is the last city, right? So we're not going to be like.
I think in the cause we can't teleport.
No, I know, but I mean, the map has been called a borer, and we were told it like basically makes a path.
Right, but I still think we have to fly normally.
I know, but I mean, we're not having to like navigate. Like it's, like we're not traveling in the same way that they're familiar with traveling through the cause.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I'm not too worried about security. Like, I'm not sure who'd he sell us out to, if anything, right? Because we're not going to tell him much. Because there's not much to tell, to be honest.
But he could have like agents of the adversary on his ship.
I mean, don't we have one in your head still?
Yeah, but you guys know that I'm cool.
I don't. Yeah, it's. What if we told him? Would he be willing to wait a day so we can see if our plans in the city even come to fruition, and then if they do, we can decide then.
You're pretty certain that this is like he doesn't expect you to have like yes, no, hash all the ideas out, permanent thing here, right? This is him sort of doing that opening talk of like, hey, I noticed you're doing a thing. I've served you well so far. I think I could be useful, consider hiring me, right? This is not a you have to decide right this moment, but this is him giving his pitch of going with you all.
Okay.
All right. I'd say we'd think on it. We have some things to do in the city. We have to see if that even comes to fruition. We might die here. Almost did. Who knows? And then we'll let him know.
Is that what you want to tell him, Warren? Because you have to be the one that talks. You don't have to, but it'd be really awkward because he's talking to you.
Okay. Then yeah. So I would tell him that we have some business we need to finish up in the city, but we will consider the offer and would consider his assistance in navigation and dealing with all things spaceport related to be valuable.
So he nods. You can sort of tell that he's getting a non. He thinks he's getting kind of a non-answer.
Is there a way for me to make him feel convinced that it isn't a non-answer?
Well, he's basically saying like that's not a no. Seems to be his perspective of I'm not getting a hard no. I'm not getting a hard yes. I'm getting a maybe, which is what you are giving him.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have communicated exactly what I intended to communicate.
Yes.
Nice job.
And then he thinks about it for a second and then says, there isn't, and again, I'm not going to pry, but there is a little bit of prying I have to do. To my knowledge, there's not a lot of active things of religious importance in the cause. But I know of a temple. There's an ancient place, supposedly before the time of the Forerunners, and I know one of my crew has been there before. If you're making a pilgrimage, going and visiting holy sites, that's not your destination. I can see it being someplace along the way, and from the stories I've heard so far, I think having someone along that's been there would be very valuable. He kind of does a little nod, kind of half nod, half bow.
Can I ask him though before he takes off? Do you know what that temple is dedicated to?
I want to point to whatever it is that we have that we know where that is, and be like, "Oh, is it this thing that we know about already?"
The thing that he's talking about is clearly in the cause, and the one that you know about is not in the cause. If that makes sense to you, Maureen.
Okay. Yes.
So, because I think you know what you're talking about. You're talking about the location given to you by the Sphinx, right?
Where Gwendolyn died. Yes.
Yes, that is not located in the cause.
Ah. Okay.
So, Drock, you were going to say something?
Yeah. Do you happen to know what that temple is dedicated to?
So he shrugs and says, it's not to anything anymore. It's a dead place to dead gods. But I've not been there myself. I could ask my man and get some information on him about that space specifically, but I can't imagine it was to a place of cold and darkness. He gives a broad grin at that and goes, there is a Forerunner or something similar installation nearby, and it is located very close to heat that is focused on it. The surface of the place is molten metal. I, again, can't imagine it's to a place of cool waters and dark thoughts.
Interesting. Okay. Yes, more information would be greatly appreciated.
So he nods, goes to turn away. I would say that those of you guys that have a decent insight can tell that he very much intended that to be part of the pitch.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, 100%
And-
got that. Yeah.
And the other part is that like he does seem pretty genuine in that like I think I could help on this, but also you're expecting that if you're going to go and ask him to give him all the get all the details that he learned, it's going to be part of the negotiation of okay, well, why don't you take me along and then I'll explain.
Hmm.
So he turns, walks back to his crew. So you guys have the rest of the afternoon and evening, and then have your extended rest. Now on to the next day. So you go ahead and fill your guys' respective bars up. You are now on to the next day. So do this real quick.
I'm. Would you be cool with like short break, 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Then I will also be right back.
Let's do a break until 25.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Back for amount of money. You can speak to the Chasek. Sixth bell is very early in the morning, basically like at dawn. And yeah, that's the information you get to start off the day with. Double checking to make sure it wasn't muted. So,
You were not.
what to from here?
Well, 6 bells like right in the morning, so I guess we have to go there first off, right?
Hmm. Also, is Josh back?
Given you asked and no response, and he has not hit one yet, I'm going to go with probably not yet.
Yep.
Yes, if you have dice, please roll your dice of auspicious and store your results for the day.
Oh, 1.
Can you not save them between days? That's what I've been doing. Is that not
No,
allowed?
you have to roll them every day.
Oh, I would have cheated, but I've never used it.
I used it one time for a 1.
And I can full heal.
Yep. All of your stuff back.
I had my dice that I was holding had 2 1s and a 20.
Oh.
I didn't know I had to re-roll it. I
Okay.
was like, I'm gonna save this for a special occasion.
I need for Josh to be back. We can get going. While we're waiting, does everybody know what Masibu is talking about when he says that the lady's got some stuff going on today?
Isn't it the raid things that they were talking about, trying to catch all the criminals?
Correct. I'm going to be today.
Bedvere might be having some fun down there today.
Okay. So at 20 or at 30, we're probably just going to keep moving in. Fill Josh in when he gets back. All right. So I want to get going so we can keep moving the session along. Making your way back through the city. You don't get ambushed. No one comes in, tries to attack you. You guys also know that you're going to be heading to the Tower of the Eye. So the Eye Tower in the very center of town is where you guys are headed. To walk straight through the Crucible into the center part of town. Now, while there's these big gaps, sort of like abandoned industrial areas between different sections. Once you get into the Eye, you can tell that there is a lot more concentration of stuff here, where directly below that massive ship above you, there looks like there's been some effort into keeping things clean and orderly. So, in a lot of other places that you guys have been, again, think of it like these sort of like abandoned alleyways in major cities, right? Where there's like just trash that are sometimes littered around, or like big pieces of stuff that are like ruins. In the Eye Tower section of the city, the streets are all clean. Everything is well kind of kept together. It still has this sort of vacant, empty feel to it. But it looks like it's a little bit more care has been put into kind of what this place looks like. Whereas even in places like the Sundowns, the only kind of care that was taken into what places look like were on the individual properties, right? So like ZG's has a look, but it's kind of its own little point of light, and then around it is kind of the decay of the city. Whereas this place looks like they put effort into making it look nice. It is not difficult to figure out where you're supposed to go. You were told to go to the Tower of the Eye. The whole region is called the Eye Tower. Excuse me. But you can see the tower from anywhere in the city, and you can see that what little sort of habitation is in this section of the city is around the tower itself. So going up to this massive structure, so the tower, I'm going to show you a picture of Tantarus again. The tower is this center thing here. So this center spire, that's the Tower of the Eye. And there is a little bit of kind of feel from when you're going from the rings, when you're going and ascending to this place, this sensation like you are going up. You get the impression that if you were in a place where there was a lot more gravity, it would be really noticeable that you are walking up a huge hill for the vast majority of your trip into the city. But the fact that everything is sort of lesser here, like it's at maybe 2/3 gravity, means that you're not going to be struggling once you get up to the tower. And the Tower of the Eye itself, you guys see a couple of those guards that are outside. The people that are outside look not as well put together as Aranopos, as the Minotaur guard that you saw before, but they do look like they are official, like Imperium guards. And all the guards that are here are bladelings. Most of the Imperial Guard or the Imperium people that you've seen are bladelings, so that's not unusual. Now, one question I do have to ask is, you guys mentioned things about not bringing certain things with you. Did that actually come to fruition? Like, are you guys actually, like, is Baneslayer being left at home? Are you bringing it with you? What sort of different or like special preparations, if any, or what sort of changes are you making to your normal mode of operation when you go to meet with a Shasek?
I would think we want to leave Baneslayer at home, but it's not my weapon, so I can't force the issue.
I'm feeling very high and mighty. I don't want to leave it.
I don't particularly feel like there's a big need to leave Baneslayer, so.
But isn't it the weapon that got us in trouble on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
What could go
you act
wrong?
you act like your green and gold ass doesn't get us in trouble all the time.
Well,
He's got a point.
you've never asked to leave me behind.
That's because I'm nicer than you.
And they need someone to take the hit for them.
I'm gonna make sure that my helm is just looks like a regular, because it can change the way it looks, right? I've had that happen before.
Mhm.
I just want a nice hat. Just a
Okay.
nice hat.
Oh, you know what then? Because my armor still looks like it's from the Desongs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna convert my armor and make it just look more like plain clothes.
Oh
Gotcha.
yeah, that's a good point. I would hide any Desong iconography.
Sounds good. So the guards are outside. They see you coming up, and they don't sort of like stop who goes there, but you can sort of tell if you walk between them into the tower that there is going to be awkward. So you approach, you see that there's big doors, the tower's there, and they kind of like glance at you like, we're not sure exactly what you're doing. We're watching you. What would you guys do?
I would just be blunt. We're here to see. Who are we here to see? Someone? The Shawsack?
The most realistic interaction possible.
Right? Yeah, we're here to see, and then look over. Who are we here to see? We're here to meet with the Shawsack. May we pass?
One of the Bladings looks down at you and goes, "Do you have an appointment?"
We do, for the 6th bell.
The two of them look at each other and then looks back at you and says, "Will you be paying for your own transport, or are you looking to be on the graces of Kumata?"
Our own transport.
Bro, what does that mean?
What does that mean?
I'll say we were not made aware of transportation requirements.
So the guy that talked kind of rolls his eyes at you, but the other one takes a step forward and says, "You are coming to the Tower of the Eye. You need to be transported to the Eye to speak with the Shasek. The cost is minimal, and if you are here to make a good impression, it might be worthwhile to pay your way on the spin."
Thank you for the information. We are willing to pay.
So he nods at you, looks back at the other guard. The guard just shrugs and then opens the door to let you guys go inside. So heading inside the tower, the base of the tower is one sort of big, expansive, open place. You can see that there's a lot of things that have been built in here. So think of like a big room with cubicles in it, right? So there's a lot of smaller buildings or a lot of smaller structures inside this one really open expanse. And the base room of the tower looks like it could be 30-ish feet tall. Basically, people who are as big as Bedvere would be the only people that would be awkward in here being too tall. So there is a little bit of movement of people going back and forth, but as soon as you guys walk into the room, you can tell a lot of the movement is centered around a ritual circle that's in the middle of the room that's about 30 feet across, and it does not take any sort of checks or anything to identify a spend disc. So you can see there's a ritual circle, and then inside of the ritual circle there is a spend disc. So there's both sort of magical and quote unquote mechanical technological transport in the center. And there is a person who's not wearing stuff that you guys would recognize immediately as far as like coloration and robes, but someone that looks like they're fulfilling the purpose that you would recognize as someone who would operate a spend desk in different places. This does not seem like a warded place, like an inward facing circle. This is it's not a magic circle keeping things in. As far as the spell magic circle, it's a magic circle to hold energies.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I recognize that. I'm
Yeah.
seeing the circle more and is reminding the party of what happened the last time we entered an inward-facing magic circle.
Everything went fine, right?
Children were murdered.
One child.
The ritualist comes up to you,
Only one.
nods, and kind of leads you towards the center of the room, and then kind of asks the same question the guard did of, will you be paying your way, or are you here on the grace of Kumata?
Pay our
Do
way.
I know what that means, by the way? Does anyone know what that means?
No.
Like, did she invite us or?
Yeah,
Is
basically.
Kumata who we're meeting?
Yeah, Komada
Oh,
is the name of the Shasek. So the Shasek, her name is Komada, and they're saying you need to pay a small fee to get up there. Is she paying your fee? So you're kind of expecting someone else to pay for you, or you're.
I'm not a broke boy.
Okay. So they will explain that the transport is 2 gold, which is literal pocket change for you guys.
I want to look very offended.
Surely you would charge me more.
The
Last
Joneses
year,
would
this
never
was
be
1
charged.
gold.
So she takes the money and then goes and spends you guys upstairs. The spend disc is it's one of the ones that you would sort of think as like a industrial use one. So it's you guys have been in a couple different types of spend discs. This one is more along the lines of like used for large scale stuff. It is a spend that can very comfortably send the entire group up, and you could probably have like 20 or 30 people that would fit in this single spend. So while you were charged to use it, you don't really think that they're making that much money off of it. Operating the spend disc does cost money, and you guys have been around them enough to know that the amount of residum that it takes to operate this disc, you probably are actually paying what it costs to send you up there.
So the amount of what it takes?
Residum, the like magical currency.
Got it.
It's what's inside the ship. What most of your money is actually.
Why didn't we just spin ourselves straight up from our spin disc?
A couple reasons. 1, you didn't know. 2,
I-
the assumption is not that you have a spin disc, and 3, you don't have the destination. So
What was the second point, Gary?
they wouldn't assume that everyone going to meet Komada would have their own spin. So that would be an unusual assumption for them to make if you're going to go have a meeting.
On that note, do the big ships like the one the other captain has, do they normally have spin discs or not?
You don't have a ton of experience, but one of the few ships that you have been around did have a spin disc. So some.
Okay.
Like none of the ships in the Battle of Hardhome would have had a spin disc on it. But you guys have been in 2 ships, like Divination clearly had multiple spin discs on it. And the ship that you guys were on when you did everything around where the Sphinx was, that one also had a spin disc on it. So it's not impossible that ships have spin discs on them, but you don't know how common they are. But you also do know that they are pretty expensive to operate for normal people. So you guys spin us up, and then there is another person who looks very similar to and is wearing the same sort of robes. With this one up here, has a very clear mark of the Imperium on her chest, and she will gesture for you to follow her as soon as you say that you are the sixth bell appointment, and she will lead you into this like long series of hallways. And while there are similarities between here and where is this? Hang on, make sure I'm pulling in the right map. Well, there are similarities between where you guys are and down below. There's a similar sort of make of a lot of the construction, and there is this sense of great age with some measure of keeping up the appearances of it, but not like good maintenance on things, right? This is a place that's in somewhat of disrepair, but it is also very clean. It's very clear to tell that you're no longer in Tantarus. You're on the Eye, the ship that is floating above the city. And she leads you down some hallways to an area that, again, looks a little bit more well put together than others. She opens a door for you to go in, and inside there is a little waiting room. There's a couple of chairs that are sort of spread around. There's a table. There's a couple of things with refreshments. And then there is a counter, and standing behind the counter is a Deva woman. Get this to...
I swear to God.
There we go.
2 eyes.
Whew.
So she has her hands on the desk, kind of looks over towards you, and then as you guys, she looks and sees the person that brought you there, nods to the other woman, and then the person that walked you here shuts the door.
And then the person behind the counter goes, "You are here for the 6th bell appointment with my mistress, yes?"
We are.
Very well. You are unknown to us. I have heard of a report that you are properly registered with the city guards. You are mercenaries of some sort. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So she kind of looks directly at each of you and says, "I'm going to be opening my senses to you. I am not doing this because I am worried about your presence, but the Kulmata, or the Shasek, trusts me with her security, and I want to make sure I understand who is going to speak before her." So
Won't be me.
Deva kind of looks around for a second, and then she closes her eyes, and you guys can all sense that sort of opening up perspective, the look of like someone using detect magic. But there is sort of a weight when she does it. Like when she opens her eyes again, you can see that there is a small magical aura around her, and you get the impression that she's not just using like detect magic or maybe not using detect divine. Like she's hitting you guys with multiple or potentially like all spectrums, and is searching you guys for power, looking at you with eyes designated that have the capacity of seeing like primal power and divine power and arcane power and things like that. So she nods, closes her eyes, and then opens it back up where her face kind of looks normal and says, "You have many powers, I believe. The Shasek might have use of your abilities. Unfortunately, I am in charge of her security, and you would be security risks to meet with her directly. We have measures in place for dealing with potential threats to the city. I would suggest using a typical one in order for you to make your meeting on time. If you wish, you can leave some of your articles here." She gestures to the side, and you see a little portion of the counter kind of open up. And you see there's several little compartments that, once it fully kind of comes out of the counter, kind of reminds you of like lockers. And there's a set of like 10 of them, and says, "If you can leave your items of significant power here, and of course your weaponry, I can allow you entrance to speak with the Shasek directly. Alternatively, if you wish to have a simple binding placed upon you to make sure that you won't be able to harm the Shasek's person or employ any of these implements towards her, I could raise a binding around you before she enters the room. Which would you find preferable?"
Excuse me. What is the what? What are? How do I say this? What are these containers?
These containers are Forerunner stasis cubes. They will prevent any sort of connection with objects placed inside and will put them in a sort of status. If you have a way of communicating with or bringing these objects out of here, it will be severed as long as they are within one of the stasis cubes. We know that certain individuals have connections with their equipment and things of that nature. This just makes sure that you stay unarmed while you are in the presence of the Shasek. Or you can keep your equipment, and I can place a binding around you to prevent her from being subject to any of your. And she kind of gestures around, and you guys are coming in here basically armed to the teeth.
And we can guarantee the safety of our belongings.
Yes, your belongings will stay here in the cubes, and no matter the outcome of your conversation with the Shasek, they will be returned to you when you leave.
To the party. What if we don't leave?
Hmm. Alternatively, what is the nature of the binding that you would place upon us?
So she looks over towards you and says, "You are a practitioner, I can tell." And then she pulls something from behind the counter and then shows you a sort of metal thing that has etchings and engravings on it and shows you a magic circle.
Let's just put our shit in the box.
I don't like it.
What
Well, neither option is
what
ideal.
what all items need to go in the boxes?
All of your weapons and like if you've got like you know things on your gear that can be offensive, basically. Like I'm going to sort of trust the players to a certain degree, but like if you've got weapons or implements or things like that, your holy symbols, all of that stuff has to go in the box. And you each will have your own box, but she's basically saying you're meeting a governor. You can't walk in with like, the fantasy world equivalent of you're going to go talk to the governor. You can't walk in with a machine gun.
But we're good guys with a gun.
Yeah, we're good guys with a gun.
Well, that makes all the difference.
Alternately, we just need to have a quick conversation with her. Like, we're just trying to check out this vault. We really,
You are just
fully
being
armed. While
ridiculous.
fully armed, we want to check out the vault. Don't worry,
We
we're not
really-
stealing it.
no, we're not. We're researchers.
Armed to the teeth.
And
I don't care. To be the voice
Haven't-
of reason, I know you're actually speaking right now. But I don't think she cares.
Gripple will hand over axes and anything else.
Okay. When you guys are kind of
Not the
having
helmet though. Not the helm.
having this stuff back and forth, you can tell she kind of shrugs and says, "Those are the two measures normal people agree to. If you wish for something else, as long as it is something that Komata, or that I keep saying that Komalta, that the Shasek would be secure, I have no problems with this. If you're looking for something like a remote viewing where she can be safely in another area while you speak with her, that could also be acceptable. I just need her to be sufficiently away from any harm that could come to her." So she kind of sees you guys have a problem with those things. So she's offering a third option. She can give you a remote viewing of the Shasek.
do that.
It's not enough that we're doing a virtual version of a tabletop game. Now we need to have a Zoom call with somebody in the game.
Hmm.
So is that the one you want to do?
Yes, please.
Boo. Boo.
You want to
So
leave your
she-
ancient, irreplaceable fate of
She
the
said
universe
it.
artifact in a
People do
box?
not. I trust that the box
Filibuster
is
20
safe.
minutes ago. I do not want to leave my weapon on the ship for this meeting. Filibuster now. I will leave my weapon in this box for this
In this
meeting.
Forerunner box.
That anyone could get into. Yeah.
Not anyone.
You don't know that.
You don't know that. We'll take the Zoom call, please.
Karen
One
wouldn't
Zoom
lie
call.
to us, would he?
These people are lame.
So she kind of nods. You can sort of tell that, like, while you guys are kind of talking about this, like, she's very like aloof. Like, she doesn't seem to have any preference one way or another. As long as her charge is kept safe, whatever you guys are doing is fine. So she says, "Through there is the meeting room. You will need to give me a few minutes in order to establish a proper connection, and then the Shasek will be in to speak with you promptly. It is my understanding that the purpose of this meeting is to arrange for a tour of one of the vaults. I do not need to know the details, but it is
going to have a similar form of precautions associated with it. Nobody's allowed to go and enter the vault without the Shasek being present, either projecting herself or in person. If you wish for the Shasek to be there in person, similar sorts of security measures, and she gestures towards the boxes, will need to be employed. Is this understood?
It
It-
is.
Yes.
So she nods, touches the thing on the wall. The door opens, and then she touches the thing on the calendar or the counter, and then the boxes slowly slide back into the tabletop. So the meeting room looks very similar to the other room. The only main difference is you can see that there is a spin disc like a small person-sized spin disc on one side. There's a big like table that looks like a sort of like a brain.
Looks like a brain. Oh fuck.
No, it looks like a corporate table, right? Like one of those really big meeting desks where someone would have like a high back chair behind it, a comfortable place to sit where everyone would have to kind of be arranged in an arc in front of them. And everything in here looks like it is in order. You can see there is a couple of stuff left out for like food and drink. There's a big pitcher of water. And once you guys go in and get settled, after a couple of minutes, the area around where the chair is lights up with this kind of light that oscillates between sort of like bright yellow and this sort of pale blue. And after it finally oscillates for a little while, you see this image of an older woman. And she is pretty clearly seated wherever she is, but the chair that she's sitting on, wherever she is probably higher than the chair that is here. So while she's being sort of projected into the big office chair that's behind the desk, she's like 6 inches above the seat of the chair that's actually there. So she kind of looks like she's awkwardly floating above it. So this is Komata. So she sort of...
What's the name of that tomato drink? Is it like Clamato or something?
Clamato?
Clamato, that's what all I can hear.
I'm very sorry for what I've done, Gary.
Or like
So-
a Kalamata olive.
So she's sitting there, and even through the sort of illusion, you can see the sort of bright glowing eyes. It's a little bit less intense on the Shasek than on the others, but than on her like receptionist, but it is still noticeable. And she looks around and says, "Well, I hope these security precautions won't give you the wrong impression. I am very interested in what dealings people have in my city, and if you are here looking for work, there is always work to be done here. I apologize if the security measures my second takes into account seem as if I am being cold. But you wish to have access to one of the vaults, if that's my understanding? What exactly are you here to look for?" She sort of leans forward and places her crosses her fingers in her hands on her desk, and you get this impression of someone who's very used to sort of commanding the room, but she seems pretty open and calm. So she says, I understand you're here to look at the vaults. What are you looking for?"
I, for one, would like to say it is a little odd, but I find it odder that all of the other heads of state we've talked to are so lax.
So she smiles and says, "Other peoples might have their own personal reserves of power and might not be worried so much about security, or they might have a stronger hold on the place they are. I'm used to having to deal with a lot of mercenaries and pirates and people that would rather get their way at the point of a sword than to be able to speak first. So it needs to be the way it is here, even if I disliked it. But again, you're here to access the vaults. What is it you were looking for?"
Yes, we are researchers as well as mercenaries, and we seek a certain artifact that Masibu, one of your residents, has indicated may be available for viewing in your second vault.
So she smiles at that. I mean, she has a very matronly kind of friendly atmosphere, but you very much get the impression again that she's used to giving orders that are being obeyed. She says, "Yes, Masibu is very good at making connections and making sure that everyone in the city is well informed of everything else that could be of interest to treasure hunters. There are many treasures held within the second vault, and there is something here saying that you do not wish to take the treasure, you merely wish for a tour. What exactly are you looking for? You're researching something that you need a text or codices for?
Yes, we are working on translating an ancient language, and we have heard that there are some glyphs that may be of interest to us. We do not believe that we need to possess the artifact, but rather to investigate it.
I'm taking etching if possible.
And do you plan to use this for any sort of focuses? A lot of the codices that are contained within the second vault are designed, or at least have been used for rituals such as the comprehend languages and things of that sort. Do you need access to it on a magical level of some sort, or is simple viewership what you require?
I believe we just need to see it, right?
Yes, we're not sure in truth. We are not sure if these particular glyphs will be useful in a ritual that we are attempting to conduct, or if they will simply help us fill in some of the gaps of our knowledge.
She nods at that. She sort of takes a step back, or sits back in her chair, and then you can see her kind of thinking for a second. Well, nothing you say seems very difficult to have accomplished. I would normally say that this could be easily done today. But, as you may or may not be aware, events here are moving quite quickly. I am going to be busy for at least the rest of the day and possibly longer. There is a great change happening in my city, and I need to make sure I know what things are going to be happening once all is said and done. How much of a time sensitive issue is this for you?
Yes, we had heard of some of the troubles in your city, and in fact, waylaid some brigands that were causing trouble in one of your establishments. Uh, I believe that if we could see the glyph tomorrow, that would be amenable to us.
I can see what can be done. What can be done. I must tell you that I am more unsure of my schedule on a day-to-day basis right now than I normally would be. Oftentimes, I can plan my schedule for weeks in advance, but until I know exactly what's going to happen within the city, I don't know exactly what I'll be doing even later today, much less tomorrow. We can say tentatively a tour for the second vault could be arranged for tomorrow, but I don't want you to take it as an offense or an insult if I must reschedule.
Very well. And is there no alternative? Perhaps your capable assistant could accompany us?
She takes a deep breath and says, I am responsible myself for everything contained within the vaults. Anyone that I could give as a guide is going to be engaged with the business dealings for today. My second is a bit obsessive when it comes to the defense of my person, and I am going to be in the city. She would not separate herself from me when I am so exposed. Basically, you can get that she's kind of giving a diplomatic way of all the people that I would trust with this are going to be busy, just like I'm going to be busy.
Mhm. Very well. Then it seems that we are at your disposal when you are available. And if there is a way that we can assist in speeding along this process, please do let us know.
She nods. If you are, as you've been registered as treasure hunters, adventurers, mercenaries, there are some things around the city that could use doing. I do not know how comfortable you would be engaging with things here in the city, but my second can give you a list of bounties and other sorts of tasks that we would typically pay adventurers for. If you're able to pull a couple of things off of my plate, I'm going to be much more likely to be able to have time to go give a tour myself. And you can tell when she kind of sighs there that she's pretty tired at the moment. Like she's had long days, she's expecting more long days to come.
Well, we would certainly be willing to take a look.
Very well. My second will give you the things that can be done around the city. I would potentially ask you to speak with her about the business in Steelmeyer, but that's going to be some very delicate maneuvering today. And I think you are a potentially positive element, but one that does not fit into our current plans. But assuming that today goes well enough and is not a complete disaster, I expect I should have some free time coming soon, and hope our next meeting is on more friendly terms. And she kind of gestures vaguely around her to the kind of the fact that she's a projection of like, maybe next time we could meet in person.
Mhm. I would nod at that.
Anything else that you'd want to do or say before you were? Because she's basically saying, cool, I'll see you later. Anything else people want to say to her?
No.
Okay. So she kind of touches something that's kind of inside the table in the projection. Like obviously wherever she is right now has something that she's touching. And she touches a couple things and then looks back up and says, well, you'll be allowed to go wherever you need to be. Like I said, my second will give you your things. But there is a inconsistency that I would like to see if we could get cleared up first. According to this report, and you can see that she's moving something like a piece of paper on a table, but it's not matching up with the table that she's sitting behind, that you may be potential Imperium agents. I understand that different exarchs and different alienists have their own things that they wish to do. But I want you to understand something very clearly. If you are serving one of the other exarchs, or if you are serving an alienist, this city is my responsibility. I have been here for a long time. I am not someone that is going to be pushed around, and not someone who's going to be ignored. Nor will I turn a blind eye if any of my people are hurt or caught up in the machinations of one of the exarchs. I understand that this tiny little outpost is of relative unimportance to the Imperium, but it is my outpost, and these are my people. If you are here on unofficial business, then I would ask that you respect that these people are under my dominion and control, and that anything you do to them, you consider whether it is something that you would think should be done against an Imperium governor.
And I interject and say that I would have probably burst out laughing as soon as she called us Imperium agents. I just think it's funny.
hopefully the players can recognize what I intended to be a very big tonal shift there.
Hmm.
Yes.
But she kind of looks around to each of you in turn, like making it very clear.
We understand, and we have no desire to make waves in your settlement or act with dishonor. We simply and truly are here just to examine this glyph.
So she nods, kind of in that same, like, of course, obviously there's nothing going on. Everything is surface level. There's nothing hidden underneath. I understand.
No one ever trusts us.
And then she just sort of says, very well, as long as we have an understanding of each other, I have many things to be about today. And she sort of gestures vaguely in the direction of the door.
We head out.
So you can see that the projection of Clamata behind the desk doesn't go away until you guys have kind of all left. But she does kind of obviously in the projection start putting her attention elsewhere, and then only glances up as you guys sort of leave the room, and then the projection vanishes.
What is what was the reason we had been identified as
Baneslayer.
Agent.
Baneslayer.
Baneslayer.
No. That's not why. No. There was something with the other dudes who they thought we were against them, right?
Baneslayer.
Baneslayer.
No. You guys
Yeah.
keep saying that. There's something else. Right, Gary? With Captain Rancer, he said you might be Imperium agents. And
Because
here's
of your
the recording.
powerful divine energy. Because of your connection with Baneslayer.
I'm asking Gary a question.
So,
Wasn't
yeah,
there something with Captain Rancer where we got identified as Imperium agents separately?
Yes. So what you're referring to is one of the members of the 404, like the detachment that does like the rituals and magical transport for the Legion. One of them gave Rancer a note that said that Filibuster and Griffle were too strong in divine power. They were either the heads of major religions on Sylvan, or they were Imperium agents. I think that's what you're referring to. And
Okay, which is not dissimilar to what they're saying.
I mean, it's slightly different, right? It was not Baneslayer that he was recognizing. He did say that that one of you had an Imperium artifact, but he didn't say that meant you were working for the Imperium. The main thing was that and I'll kind of pull back the screen a little bit to say mechanically what he was saying is divine power kind of caps out in heroic tier. Like there's nobody that's above level 10 that is a divine power user, except for in the Imperium. The Imperium have the only sort of Paragon and higher divine casters. And so what the guy was recognizing is you guys were Paragon level divine casters, and those don't exist outside of the Imperium to his knowledge. That was what he was telling the answer.
Sure.
So Baneslayer.
No, you being reductive.
So does that answer the question?
Yeah.
So you guys make it back into the waiting area, and the secretary of the second, she steps away from a section of the wall and closes a little thing that looks like it was basically a peephole. Like she was watching you guys in the other room. She doesn't seem like she's trying to hide the fact that she was eavesdropping on the conversation, but is not trying to hide the fact that she was doing it, right? Like she's not making a big deal out of it. Just like, obviously I was paying attention. So she shuts the thing, looks over towards you and says, we have a few bounties, a couple things that need to be done. Less now than we've had at other points in the city's history, but some things that need doing. She takes a second and pulls out a couple of those, the like big sheets of metal with like etchings and stuff on it, similar to what she did with the ritual circle, where she showed you what the magic circle looked like, and then hands you a stack of these little metal sheets that look like they've been scratched. That would be the equivalent of handing you a handful of papers.
Right, because they don't have paper.
They don't have trees.
I'm like sitting here like, why are they handing metal to us?
So looking through the like stack of stuff, who would take the stack of metal sheets?
I'd grab them.
Okay. So flipping through the sheets, there's kind of a layer of you have to think about it or show somebody else to really figure out exactly what the context of everything is. Because while it's all written in common, it is not difficult to read. It's kind of the context of what this is. Like they're basically wanted posters or like help wanted ads, effectively, for freelancers, for adventurers, and things like that. And it takes you a second because there's also the payment in it is also not in the normal coinage of like Sulban. It's in a different system. So it takes you a second to see like, okay, what is the scale of what's happening here? And basically it's a stack of about 15 different things around the city, all ranging in like gold piece price from maybe about 20 gold to about 150 gold for these different tasks.
So my first thought to the group, we could enlist the help of Captain Crom, get his crew to help get these bounties cleaned up, and they can keep the reward. Because we're really just doing it to make sure we can get access to the vault. So if they want to assist us on this, I think that'd be perfect.
It's like making a nerd do your homework.
Yes, exactly.
But like, wasn't there bounty on our job like 50 grand? Are they gonna want to do something for 100?
I don't know. It doesn't hurt to ask.
Okay. True.
It is reasonable to assume that one of the pulls and draws of being a pirate is that it is better money than doing random day jobs.
Hey, but if he wants to assist us, I mean, this is part of it, right?
Reasonable for whom to assume?
Drock.
Nothing's reasonable for Drock to assume. No assumptions are made. Drock knows nothing.
So you get the stack of stuff, and then she will explain. Yeah, these are the tasks that we currently have. However, there are levels of experience that I can sense in you that will mean these are busy work. I don't have anything official to offer you as more suiting your station, but Lashasek has some things weighing upon her mind that, if you could resolve them, might not have strictly monetary rewards, but would do what I expect the equivalent of this is, and get you in her good graces.
Okay.
So she leans forward a little bit and then says, if you are as new here as the records suggest, this city is going through a bit of a turmoil. It is not yet to be known whether what is on the other side is more piracy and lawlessness, or whether we are going to be a legitimate city, a place of honor and law and order. But right now, there is a seal, a ward, a change in the underground that we are aware of and have some information regarding the rules associated with the ward. But we don't know how long this is going to last. If you can find information about this ward and potentially get us a way to, if not extend the influence or duration of the ward, can get us information on how long we have to root out the problems of the city, that could be of great value.
I mean, we already know that, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Do.
Do we tell them?
Yeah, why not, right? We don't have to say that Bedvere is behind it and stuff, just that it should be up for Long time.
Several days.
Well, but even past, right?
Several centuries.
Yeah, at our current known estimate, it's several centuries.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Bedvere's
Yeah.
not planning on leaving, and basically Gary said it would take several of our lifetimes for him to do what he needed, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and this is the DM speaking, your characters would be aware that if you make that claim,
It's gonna be
There-
questions.
there's going to be questions, right? Like if you want to tell her this, you can do that. But if you're saying, oh, we're not going to tell her X, Y, and Z, you need to have an answer because those are going to be the questions that she immediately asks.
Yeah, how do we get around
Wait.
that?
Well, sorry, maybe I just missed it. But why would them knowing that it's gonna be up for a while be helpful? Just so they don't have to like act right away?
Well, yeah, their issue is they're trying to use it as a deterrent and chase people into it to corner them, right? So their worry is it's going to shut down before they can finish.
Right.
So the Shasek basically sees the ward being there and the pirates and criminals not having an easy escape route as
Mhm.
being an opportunity for her. But she, like she's told you in the meeting, she doesn't have a way to plan her days very much because she has no idea how long it's going to last. If she knows how long it's going to last, then she can actually make kind of longer term plans.
Mhm. Yeah, but I mean, I don't. Yeah, if we tell them, they're gonna want to know how we know, and I don't know that we have a good answer.
Well, okay, so hold on. The entire city knows something about a blacksmith down below, right?
No.
No, only we know that because we did consult Oracle, a
Um,
very powerful divination.
okay. For some reason, I thought we picked up in the rumor mill, but you're right. Consult Oracle.
The rumor mill thing you guys did picked up that people recognized that there was something going on below, and that the underground was sealed for some reason. That was what the rumor mill knew.
Well, then why don't we just say we did a consult Oracle and found out that the ward is going to be up
No.
for...
Illegal.
We're not the Imperium.
They
I know.
are.
They are.
Ah, the Imperium.
But
When we mentioned divination to the like border guards, they freaked out and were like, "La la la, stop talking."
Right, yeah, fine. Oh.
That other lady killed a child when she did divination.
Well, yeah.
It's
So
spooky,
we're
man.
looking-
We don't
we're
want to
looking
mess
for
with this shit.
we're looking for information, and you guys are like, so while we were committing this felony, we got we got some of the information that you might need.
Well, so hold on. Who do you have to be in the Imperium to do that felony again?
An
Alienist.
alienist.
Well, could we claim we're alienists?
No.
Absolutely
No.
not.
Why not? They don't know.
I feel
mean,
Because an
confident they would
alienist-
find out.
No. Because an alienist would not approach the Shastik and ask for something. They would tell, and they would have to show proof that
Well,
they
but
are
that's an alienist within the same sect, it sounds like. We're from a different group, right?
I mean, if Philly was 100% on board with throwing his weight around as a,
Didn't we already tell her we wouldn't do that?
We wouldn't
No,
hurt
but I'm-
anyone.
we wouldn't hurt anyone. But if you want to be like, okay, you caught me. Here's
I
what you
will
know."
not do that
I didn't think you would.
because if I lie to people, Baneslayer doesn't like me.
Even if you lie to bad people.
If I lie to anyone,
Not necessarily. So Baneslayer's thing is if you are deceitful to someone who is being honest with you.
oh well,
If you lie to someone who's
I
also
feel
lying
like
to you,
she's being honest with us.
I feel like she's in no way being dishonest.
She has been pretty upfront with everything. So what would we say? So if we said, okay, we know it's going to be up for a long time to come, how could we possibly say that? We went down to the breach and have been doing research on... We're researchers. They know that. We've already said that. We went down to the breach and did research on the
We could tell her, hey, we're from Sulban, and similar effects occur on Sulban when near a world ship. We believe that these are long-term effects. And we don't have to explain why we believe that.
I mean, we could say that, but I think she'll just go, okay, that's cool that you think that. We'll see.
Is there?
You know.
Hang on, I have a question. Is there a reason we couldn't just tell the truth?
do we want them to know Bedvere's
like,
These
down
are the
there?
bad guys.
No, we don't.
you
We
wanna-
don't know that
you
these
wanna-
are bad guys.
Well, they're working for the bad
we
guys.
don't.
Do you want to?
Hang on.
Who are
We
the
don't
bad guys?
Actually, know. Yeah, we don't actually know that they're the bad guys. What we do know is that like when oh god, I forget her name. Divination.
We really like to
divination
assign.
lady.
We really like to assign good and bad to people, but I don't think it works that way.
Nareev.
Nareev. When Nareev like used her divination, she spoke with like Cythuriel, who is also like Giga Spooky, don't get me wrong, but kind of allied, right? Like definitely working against the adversary.
Loosely allied. Let's call it loosely by a single thread.
Goals aligned. Okay, listen. What I'm trying to say here is that Gary has done a very good job presenting us a world in which things are not always just black and white. Like, the Imperium is not just the bad guys. Like, I mean, the adversary definitely is just the bad guys. But the Imperium seems very flawed, but not like...
I agree with Griffel in general that I think telling the truth is fine.
I don't necessarily want to give away Bedvere's position.
We don't need to say who it is or how we know him or anything like that. But what we could say is that, like, someone calling himself the Smith has returned. We believe he's making something in the underground, and the wards are protecting him while he does so. It will take many lifetimes.
Which tells them something very powerful that lives many lifetimes is down below.
True. You could look at it from her perspective and be like, yeah, this is a tourist attraction. Like...
Well, if we just said we went down, we saw the ritual circle, you know...
Isn't she going to ask how we were able to, like, because surely she sent people down. So, like, she's going to ask how we are able to identify it when, like, they couldn't.
It's part of our research. We're researchers. We've already said that, right? You know.
Yeah, we are researchers.
I mean, if you guys want to try, but without outing Bedvere, I'm okay with that. But I don't know if it's going to make a difference. But it might.
Gary, can you remind me of the difference between being bound and being treated?
So, being bound is like you're following the letter of the agreement, right? Like I am to do exactly this. Being treated is sort of you're following the spirit of the agreement, right? Where it's like, and they can be both.
You don't have to do anything, but yeah, okay.
No, both of them are kind of sort of have to do stuff. Where it's like, you could, if you had something that was just binding, it's one of those like sort of fey bargains, right? Where the intention behind it is kind of irrelevant. It's you must do exactly what the letter of the agreement says. It's kind of very legalese without anything else associated with it. Being treated is like, we are allies. We are mutually going to help each other, right? There's no specific thing. It's just we're taking the spirit of us working together to do stuff. You can have both. You can be both bound and treated at the same time, which is, I agree to do this thing for you, and I'm not going to try to twist around it. Like, I'm going to also do it in a way that I think is,
Right, okay.
in the spirit of the bargain.
So it wouldn't be accurate to say that we are treated like on Bedvere's behalf to like keep faith with him, right? Because that's not what's happening. Like there's no official capacity for that. From
Yeah,
him to us.
and you're aware that from Bedvere's perspective, he doesn't really consider the city a relevant thing. Like, it's near where his workshop is set up, but he doesn't really consider it important by any means.
Right.
And you're not sure whether it would bother him. And when you talk to him initially about like, oh, what if other people are down here? His answer was either they can make it through the wards because they're decent enough people that I don't mind talking to them, or they can make it through the ward because they're a psychopath and I can murder them, and that's fine because they should be murdered.
Right. So he doesn't mind being found, is what we're hearing here.
True. Yeah.
Sure.
These people are just little bugs to him.
I mean, the might of the Imperium may not be, but
I don't know. I think he might be on a different level than them as well.
There is something that I think your characters would think about in this moment that me as the DM, I would feel if I didn't bring it up, it might appear kind of like a gotcha. So as far as like the different factions that are in space, how is Bedvere allied, or how is Bedvere associated with the different factions in space?
Associated with the Legion.
oh, yeah, he's friends with Aegis, right?
Right. So you don't know exactly how well that is known, but people in the Legion recognize, like once you kind of explained who he was or who you're talking about, people in the Legion recognized who he was, and Rancer called him Prelate Lugos, so gave him sort of an official title, like an honorary title. So we recognize who
Okay.
this guy is and are on good terms with him. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's on bad terms with the Imperium, but you're also aware that the Imperium and the Legion are almost always in conflict.
And that's what just happened in Haven. That the Weiss and the Imperium teamed up to try to take out the Legion.
Correct. Try to destroy the Legion. So I'm not saying that is like a hardcore yes or no or whatever.
No, I hear you.
But that context your characters would not forget.
Yeah, I don't want to say who it is. I'd be fine saying, we know who is down there. We know that they're doing work.
I lead them to be like, tell us.
And and we have agreed to not give away who they are, but their work will last a significant period of time, and just leave it at that. And we don't have to tell them more. But I think like if they want answers,
I'm okay with that.
that's the only way we can give an answer and be fully honest and not deceptive, right? But we don't want to give away who it is.
So I'm going to say that she kind of gave you this little speech and sort of sat back a little bit from the desk, and you guys are having this sort of intense telepathic conversation. The Shasek second, the secretary, the woman that's here, that's kind of
Oh yeah,
watching
she'd
that.
know we were talking. Yeah.
She seems to recognize that you guys are having this conversation, and you can tell there's sort of like an intentional detachment, right? Like she leans back from the desk in a manner of like, okay, you guys are obviously having a private conversation. I'm going to sit over here and sit back while you guys figure out what you're doing. But I'm just kind of making a note as the DM is saying time is actually passing here, and they're having this conversation, which makes sense that your characters would have sort of a debate at this point. But you can tell that there is this moment of like the fact that this is a long conversation, or a passionate conversation, at least. The person seems to be noticing, right? That she's like, oh, I asked this thing. They didn't just say, yeah, we'll figure it out, or we'll, if we find anything, we'll let you know. They're having some sort of detailed talk about this. There's probably something there. So she just sits back and is listening. So has the group decided what they want to say to her? And if so, what would it be? Or if you guys want to keep talking, you can do so. I'm just making sure you're aware that this telepathic conversation is not happening instantaneously.
Hey guys, sorry, stepped away for a second. Neighbors showed up. There's a natural gas smell outside, so give me a few minutes.
So he's gone, but what is everyone thinking?
I feel like that gives us permission to ignore whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah, clearly.
I
Hang
mean,
on, let me type something out.
I feel like Drock has a strong and clear position. This is the only reason I'm okay with kind of going forward while JP is away, because I feel like he's made his position pretty well known.
so I feel like one probably wouldn't say anything and isn't too enthused about it, but if Drock wanted to say something, she's not gonna like stop him.
What is Filibuster's opinion about? I'm just kind of moving around a little bit, but
I
Yeah, that's what I want to say. I want to
let me
be
read
real
this.
ambiguous.
Let me read this. Bro, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
does Morin have an opinion on this as well?
No, I like that diplomatic answer. I don't know that we want to be like, oh yeah, we know who's down here. Here's his name. Here's his deal.
With the understanding that that you say that, and they're gonna, if this is gonna kind of count as getting you in the good graces, there's gonna be a lot of questions after that, right? Like,
Right.
but if that's gonna be what the opening of the conversation is, cool, and then we'll kind of start from there.
Yeah.
So you guys have this sort of side conversation. Is Griffle going to be the one to say that, or is someone else going to be the one to say?
Yeah, I think if I'm the one who formulated it, I'm okay to be the one who fronts up.
So the woman behind the desk kind of squints at you, and then goes, "You are telling the truth, but keeping some things hidden. Interesting. In order for my charge to be able to make decisions, we're going to need a little bit more specifics. The way you speak, are you bound or treated to not share pieces of information?"
No.
And you can tell that the woman was kind of talking to people, like making a point of, when she was explaining the rules and options and stuff, she was making a point of like talking to each person around the room. Now that she's watched you guys have this sort of private conversation, and then Griffle addressed her, she's sort of honed in on Griffle's, like, okay, they talk to each other.
Oh, God.
This person's talking to me.
Okay.
Can I answer? Or I can tell you what
Yeah.
to say?
The DM wants to know which of those two things you're doing.
Tell me
Wait,
what to say.
No.
Because she's
I'll
focusing
tell you what
on
to
me.
say.
Yeah.
I was going to say you should say something like, we are not bound, nor are we treated, but you asked us to do what we think would keep stability in the city. And we believe that this answer is what would do that. Which I do think is true.
But then she's taking it on faith that we have the city's best interests at heart, which she has no way of knowing would be true.
She seems to be able
And
to
also,
tell.
like,
She can tell if we're telling the truth or not.
yeah.
And it would destabilize the city to.
If they go in with the intention of fighting Bedvere, which we think may happen, that would cause some shit, I think.
Okay.
I will say that
So
as players, I think you picked up on the fact that the way that she reacted to that, she probably has some supernatural ability, like is relying on being like knowing whether something is true or false. Would any of your characters do any sort of detection on her to see if she has something?
Is she a reader?
Not that
Hey,
you can tell.
I'm back.
It doesn't exhibit that way. Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back.
JP, what we said to her is in the chat, and she's asking for more information. So we're just trying to decide how much more information to give her.
Specifically, she asked if you guys were bound or treated to not tell more. Like, are you
So-
under some sort of
What I would say is no official binding or treating of that nature as such, but go outside. Go. Gosh, silly dog. Nothing official as such. What I can tell you, or rather what we can tell you, is your goals are aligned with ours. The stability of the city. I can tell you that if you come against the wards or what are creating them with any force, it will destabilize the city.
so that's gonna can I get an answer to the earlier question? Like, you guys consensus she probably has some sort of supernatural ability. Is anyone going to detect, or are you guys going to just
Yeah, I would.
okay? When you kind of open up your senses, she kind of gives you a little bit of a tilt of the head, like she's recognizing that you're doing it. And you can tell that she has the ritual discern lies active on her.
Hmm.
Griffel, before you give the answer, why do you think it would destabilize the city?
Like if they go and attack Bedveer.
Yeah, if they go and attack
You
Bedveer,
don't think
he's gonna-
attacking
Oh, sorry. The way you made it sound like go against the ward versus the person inside the ward. Sorry.
Or I said if you come against. I said if you come against the ward or that or what creates it, it will go poorly.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I just misunderstood. Sorry. Chaos in my brain is elsewhere.
As it stands, the wards are assisting you. Is that not enough?
They are assisting us because we are taking advantage of the situation. I and my mistress does not believe that the wards are designed to assist us. We are doing the best with the situation that we have, but I do not think it is direct assistance. Furthermore, there is someone within the city that should have the capacity to pierce through such confusion that is for some reason opting not to or is unable to do so. It is creating a great number of uncertainties for my lady, and I wish to resolve any I can.
You are correct that the wards are not created specifically to help you in your task.
So you can see she's thinking about it, and then she puts her head against the. You can sort of see it in that little picture where there's a little like compartment behind her. She opens up the door on the little compartment, and you can see that there is like a vertical ritual circle of some kind there. She very like puts her head back into it, and then she takes a deep breath, and then she puts her head forward after a couple of seconds and nods. Says, "I've passed along this much with the Shasek. Things are in a difficult balance here. At any moment, we believe that the wards could fall. You have assurances that the wards will not fall, and I sense no malice in the deceptions you are giving me. You are being honest, but you have your own reasons for keeping things back. Don't seem to be against my mistress. Unfortunately, not only that, that is not the only constraint on her actions at the moment. One of the Imperial agents is here and could at any time command her to change everything in the city. This is maybe a common occurrence elsewhere in the Imperium, but out here it is not.
it had been a long time since an official agent has come out this far, and it seems unlikely that the events here, the presence of an official agent, and other strange matters nearby are all coincidence. There is a chaos coming, and I wish that this city survives and has with it a new order once the dust settles.
That is a great question, one of many. How the heck do we explain Stent?
You can also tell that everything that the second has been saying so far has been really regimented and like, this is what's going on, this is what's happening. This seems a little bit much more conversational than her other stuff, right? Like, here's what we need to do, here's what my lady wants, here's what you can do. And now this is more of a, hey, you need to understand our situation. Here's our situation. It's got a lot of complexities. We want to get out of this in one piece and hopefully have good outcomes. And you can say that there's a certain level of like plea in there. Like, if you can tell us more, then we might be able to get there.
Mm.
Should we say we know who is in the city and why? And that they're not there to do anything with the Shasek. It has nothing to do with the Shasek.
Mm.
That would be true.
Yeah, but we don't know for sure that they wouldn't, like, we don't know for sure Stent wouldn't come and be like, hey, I need you to take all of the, like, all of the forces that you're using to, like, root out all these underground elements of the city, and I need you to turn them to looking for these specific people, being us. It's a
Didn't Bedver-
possibility.
Didn't Bedvere say that he didn't think that like the Star Shadows look for people, they look for events?
Right. Yeah.
That doesn't mean they can't look for people. He's more like,
Right.
you guys were like, hey, how do we just walk past him and not notice? And he's like, that's not how they perceive the world. But
But I
they
guess I
clearly
mean
can
like,
talk to him.
but like because this woman has detect lies, right?
Mhm.
Like that's how she's deciding if we're telling the truth or not.
Mhm.
If we can say something about Stent that sounds good and isn't a lie, that might free up the Shasek.
So to be clear, this is the text of the ritual. So the basic idea is like whatever you would get from an insight check,
Hmm.
that's what she's getting. So it's not just literal untruths. There is sort of there's a lot of wiggle room with it. So
I think
she
to
just
say
has a
like,
super high bonus to insight.
yeah, but I think that if we say we know who you're talking about, we know the primary reason that they're here, and it has nothing to do with Imperium politics. That's true.
Is that what you want to say?
If no one is opposed, yes.
Because that whole thing was in Kylie, not in one. So
I know. Yeah. So I would say that.
So you were saying that you know who that she's talking about. This isn't Imperium politics stuff.
Mhm.
And what was the third thing?
So I would say we believe that we know who you are referring to, and we believe we know why they are here. It does not have to do with Imperium politics and should not, and is not involving the Shasek.
So you say that, her frown kind of deepens at that. And then you can see like that's something that kind of threw her through a loop. Like she's focusing really heavily, like magically speaking, you can tell she's focusing very heavily, like she's leaning into the ritual. Like she's hearing something and doesn't believe it, but maybe is getting a ping from the ritual saying it's true.
I think I would say I am familiar with the ritual you are using, and I understand your confusion. I know that we are not being as forthcoming as we could be, but I do believe that that is in the best interest of the city and the Shasek.
And she sort of waves a hand at that and says, I'm aware of the limitations of the ritual, and I understand that you believe what you are saying. But the peoples we are speaking of are creatures of the Exarchs. They are intrinsically linked to Imperium politics. Being told that this is not a political action, it means either something is happening here that I do not understand, or it means that you are mistaken. But as far as I can tell, earnestly mistaken.
Kind of give
Uh,
her a bewildered, like, my hands are tied, make of it what you will kind of look.
She
Can I interject?
Go ahead.
I'll say we spend a lot of time trying to convince people we're telling the truth. It's weird that even when you can tell we're telling the truth, you don't believe us. It's very odd.
She kind of looks at you and then nods and says, I assure you, as a security professional, the truths and lies and intentions of others, even if they are what they say they are always going to be questioned. This is not meant to be against you. This is how we need to treat everyone. But I need to consult with my lady for a moment. She takes a step back, opens that little thing again, and sticks her head in the ritual circle for a second.
Is detect lies divination?
It is.
Curious.
Curious.
Very curious.
We've been mid.
We could just tell her that we're not part of the Imperium. Does that do anything?
Yeah.
It does something.
It makes us roll for initiative.
So she
Does
puts her
it?
head forward, and you can see like a little bit of conflict on her face. Like she either doesn't agree with what she's about to say, or is having sort of some internal monologue. And then she shakes her head, gets that more neutral face on, leans forward, and says, I think, as far as I can tell, with you being upfront with us, but it being clear that being normal people, you have your own reasons for keeping things hidden, that there is a simple solution. You have a belief in the surety of certain facts. I think that with that belief, I would be able to verify this information. The verification process would be able to avoid any more of this. She gestures vaguely around her head, or like around her face where you saw the discern lies ritual. You believe that this ward will last for a significant amount of time, and that it is possible to interact with someone or something within the ward itself. We have sent people below, and while some have had negative interactions and others have had difficult experiences, that is not true of all that have gone below. Some have merely had a discomfort from passing below that soon passes. We have not been able to locate a source of anything below, but if we can assume
that you are telling the truth, and we can assume that we have people that would be able to go down below to verify this, then we might be able to solve a lot of problems, a lot of misgivings. If you can tell us what our people would be looking for down below, then perhaps we could make our own assessments, our own deals, our own discussions with that which is below.
Able to do ascending to Bedbeer.
You know that nothing is going to get through that ward.
Okay.
Even if the sending has no regrets about its life.
Mhm.
Well,
My thought is like, if they've sent people down, how did they not find anything? Like, we just wandered around for like an hour.
Did you?
I don't know. How long were we down there?
We
You did not
followed a
wander
very
around.
specific energy source.
yeah.
SPS. Spear positioning system.
You guys had specific information that would get you to where Bedveer was. You also have like Paragon level, ability to go do stuff, right? Like there is an understanding that you guys are more capable than your average person. And it still took you a significant amount of time to get to where Bedveer was.
I think that we could say that there is a craftsperson down there using the resources of Tintaris, which was once a great smithy.
Tantarus or the asteroid specifically? Or is the asteroid called Tantarus, or is that just the city?
I want to lob an insult at them so bad.
It's more or less treated as the same thing. Like technically the city's name is Tantarus, but like the city is the only thing on the asteroid, so it's the same. Like they don't really have the asteroid version or the city version. Usually if you're talking about Tantarus and then you say something more, it's pretty clear whether you're talking about the city or the asteroid. But is that what you want to say to him? That say to them that it's there is someone there that is using the faculties of it and of Tantarus.
I mean, if they're going to go down and keep exploring, we might as well say that much. They're going to discover that on their own.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we could also say that a powerful artifact was triggered that put up the wards.
Am I allowed to stir the pot?
Yeah.
I was gonna.
I
Oh,
will
go
say,
ahead.
hang on
Yuri.
one second. One of many knows if you tell the Imperium that a powerful divine artifact did this, you know what their reaction is going to be.
Mine,
true.
mine.
Mine, kill child, mine.
But if they go down there, they're going to find it anyway. This is why we should have said nothing at all.
Or they're going to die. So,
I don't understand why she believes us that it will destabilize the city if they interrupt it. But
'Cause
they
we
also
believe.
still want to disrupt it.
You don't
Well,
get
they
the
wanna
impression
go
that they want to disrupt it. They want to understand.
They want to check it out. I mean, we could just say, like, look, if you try to go understand this, you're going to fuck it up. Just be happy of these words. Don't mess with it.
Can I tell you what I would like to say?
Sure, go ahead.
Mhm.
I was gonna say something along the lines of like you, as an Imperium officer, should be able to recognize powerful religious energies, or or as Imperium agents. But I don't know if that, that's the same thing as pointing out
Mm-hmm. An artifact.
divine
I mean,
energy.
you do not think that there's any way possible that she did her like full detect spectrum on you guys and didn't recognize or didn't see Baneslayer in her eyes?
That's what I'm saying, though. If they sent people down, and that's the way we discovered it. Not that I wasn't there, but that's the way I was told we discovered it.
Mm-hmm.
Then it seems foolish.
Just so we're clear on making sure there's no disconnect here between the scaling. Imagine the below this, there is a series of tunnels and mine shafts and a network of underground caves and things that goes down like a couple of miles below the surface.
Yeah.
Them sending someone down there to look around has a very low chance of finding the thing that they're looking for. You guys basically had an arrow, a spear, pointing you exactly where to go. Without that, you do not think it would be an easy matter at all to find this thing. Like, they could send people down there every day for a long time, and not only will people not go very far before they turn around because it's a giant maze network of tunnels, but also they don't know exactly what they're looking for. They'd have to like map the whole underground or map a good chunk of it before they could find him.
Well, we could tell them that.
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm making it clear that for the players, getting to Bedvere was just like, oh, you do this thing, you're there. For the characters, it involved quite a bit of spelunking, quite a bit of going downstairs and tunnels and shafts and walking down hallways and stuff. Like, it took you a significant amount of time to get down there, and you knew exactly where you were going.
Mm-hmm.
So, Griffle,
Mhm.
what are your thoughts here? Do you have an opinion on?
Like how much we tell them.
Yeah.
Like, what's she asking us for?
She's saying that you guys have told her that there is something to interact with on the other side of the ward. If you could give them some sort of preparation, some sort of instructions on where that thing is, they would like to go and sort of open up communication, right? So you said, we went down there. There's something down there that, we got information about. And she's saying, cool. I'm not going to ask you to tell me what you know and all that sort of stuff. But if you can at least give us enough
She
information.
wants to go down there and like figure it out herself. Okay.
Right. If we can
Yeah,
go
I'm
start
with you.
conversations with them, if you have an interaction with them that means you're not going to share stuff with us, that's fine. But let us independently verify what's going on. And then if everything you said is true and correct, we're in great terms. Like, this is what we needed.
Okay. We need that not to happen.
And again,
I don't know.
We can just say the individual would prefer to not be disturbed.
I think they know that, and they do not care.
We could go with the angle of like, yeah, it's treacherous down there. We couldn't direct you to them if we tried. And we think that it would be bad news for anybody who did find them.
and for the record, just because it's slightly confusing for me as the DM to remember what you've actually said and what you haven't said. Did you say anything about the person being that there's being someone down there that's a smith? I think that was not
No.
said, correct? Okay.
No, I think the only thing we said was we know why there's a ward and we know it'll be there for a while.
Yeah. Well, you went down there and found this out.
Yeah.
And then you let her know that what the alienist is doing here is unrelated to the Shasek, even if
Yes.
she thinks that you're either that's really weird or she thinks you're wrong.
Right.
So, what do you want to say? I mean, again, there is a thing in character that there's a break, right, where you guys are obviously talking amongst each other, and she's aware that you're talking amongst each other, but time is still passing.
Mm. Yeah, I think saying something along the lines of, we don't think that we could direct you to this person, and we think it would be a bad idea, even if we could.
Well, we never mentioned a person, right? So we'd have to say there's someone down there doing smith work, and they'd prefer to not be disturbed. Their job will
also
take them a
could-
long time.
We could direct them to Bedvere, so we can't lie about that.
I mean, I don't think we actually could. It sounds like there's a lot of left, right, down the stairs, go this way. Like, we cannot
You could probably
give
guide them,
directions.
but you couldn't give them directions. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Like, you probably couldn't just explain how to get there, but you could guide them. So if you said, I can't tell you exactly how to get there, that's pretty accurate. But it's whether you want to say or not what Drock just said of there's someone down there doing work that doesn't want to be disturbed, or if you're
Yeah, I
able
don't
to
think
say,
I.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know that I would say Smith, but we could say there's somebody down there who doesn't want to be disturbed, and what they're doing shouldn't harm anybody. They just want to be left alone.
And the ward is their deterrent.
And the ward is their deterrent, and we really don't think that we could explain to you how to get to them.
While I'm normally very okay with summarizing, because there's so much conversation about what to say, I do want to get either verbal or written what you actually say to her, because it's hard for me to keep track of.
Hmm.
I like what you basically said, one, so if you want to reword that or type it out, whatever makes sense.
Okay. So, we know who is down there, and they are completing a task that should not affect the city. We know that they do not want to be disturbed, and that they are responsible for the wards to keep their area private. We were able to find them, but I do not think that we could explain to you how to find them
So
on
she
your own.
listens and nods along. And this individual, their task is so sensitive that we would not be able to potentially offer something in return for their service. The ward, while they may not have intended it for it to be such a boon to the city, it has had an impact. And if there is any measure of repayment for what they have done and for continuing to keep up this barrier, then that could be valuable to the city. So, too, if this barrier could be extended somehow, the peoples here, craftsmen and miners, the enchanters and ritualists of this city are many of them skilled craftsmen in very esoteric things. They could offer assistances that many others could not. If there is a task that is needed to be completed, I would imagine our city would be able to offer some sort of measure of help in return for an assurance that the wards will be maintained, or even potentially an offer that could allow them to find it worth their while to extend their wards to cover this itself.
All right, so telepathically to the group, do we want to tell her we could use an engineer?
Could we, though? Is there anyone that can work on that Bedvere's scale?
Well, I think a few sessions ago we had talked about how if we could get him an engineer to help him like convert the gnomish diagrams to his size, that would be helpful.
Okay, well then I would say we could speak to them on the city's behalf. But the best repayment for him would be to be left alone in peace and quiet. But if there was a gnomish engineer, that might be beneficial, and we could ask him if he would like that. Something along those lines.
That's what I'm thinking. It's just a little bit of a hand tip to like what's going on down there.
Yeah, but it's otherwise they're gonna just do it themselves, right? So we either just flat out say the best repayment would be to leave them alone in peace, or we say, that and possibly a gnomish engineer.
Yeah.
If Bedvere indicated that he wanted or could use engineering help, then I don't see a problem in trying to get that for him.
Anybody else feel one way or another?
Not really. I think
at some
don't-
point, the Imperium
hang
might
on,
recognize.
how
No, go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
How much importance did Bedvere give to the engineer in terms of like speeding up what he's doing? Because that would be the only reason that I'd say like
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we got like a firm answer, but we knew kind of the bottleneck for his fabrication was that he was working off of like very small plans. And Gary was saying like, if you scale something up, it's not just making stuff bigger. There's also like material science as far as like, needing like stronger supports and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we really got any like firm, this would knock 100 years off the project kind of thing. It just seemed like, I think we
it
did
would go
mention,
quicker.
yeah, and it did seem like it'd be helpful.
Mm.
Gary, did it seem like when we were inside the ward we could do ascending out? I know we didn't try, but would we have like sensed enough to know that was possible?
When you guys flew through the ritual circle that's the edge of the ward, you're pretty damn certain nothing gets in or out of that. Like that is a major league, like
Barrier.
enormous magic circle. Because it's partially broken, if you could like more or less aim it through one of the breaks, you could probably get something through, because you don't think it's like intentionally inhibiting stuff. But if you send magical energies through this circle, it's going to passively block almost everything.
Okay, in or out, and that was the question. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And it's not specifically keeping anything in. It's just a barrier, right? It's not a magic circle containing everything. It's not a magic circle keeping everything out. It's just a magical barrier that crossing over is very difficult for really any kind of magic.
I think we shouldn't. Like, Bedvere doesn't like the Imperium.
Mhm.
I don't think that we should be tipping them off about anything that he's doing.
Well, then in that case, I think we should just say, knowing them, the best option, the best repayment is to leave them be in peace and not try and make contact. However, we could ask and see if they would like anything else. Because we're going back down there to talk to him eventually, right? To do the Starshow stuff. We're going to be having a conversation, at which point we can say the city offered any assistance they could in repayment for the barrier.
Just to interject, I'm pretty sure if we do the Star Shadow thing, the barrier goes.
No, I don't think so.
Gary?
Yeah, he's going to have to take down the barrier.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right.
But he was going to put it back up or not?
He can't.
Yeah.
No, once
It's a one
it's
use.
So you had this conversation with him where he was like, I can make a trap, but if they come in here, you're gonna have to bring them in, and then I'm gonna have to use the trap. But he made it clear he's gonna have to take down the ward to trap the Star Shadows. But you got the strong impression from Bedveer that he considers that sort of a
Worth it.
worthwhile thing, right? Like the juice
Oh.
is worth the squeeze for him there. Like it would be problematic for him in the future, but that was a because like he was talking, you were trying to get him like what would he do for like what would be the trigger to take down the ward. He considered that to be a worthwhile reason to take down the ward is if you guys could trap one of the Star Shadows or some of the Star Shadows and he could make a trap for it, he could take down the ward for that purpose. But that is going to be something that he's going to be giving up, right?
Okay, well then, hold on. Sorry, because our characters would know that better than me as a player. But doesn't that mean we basically just lied to her? And not on purpose and
Yes.
stuff, because the ward won't be up for a significant period of time. It's going down in a couple of days.
Only if we do the thing.
Right,
Yeah,
but
that's why I was asking about like it's only going to be up for a couple of days if we're doing the Star Shadow.
right, I missed that. Sorry. So, but I thought the plan was to do the Star Shadow, or are we just skipping that then?
I mean, it's the plan, but we gotta get the glyph, and then like we now kind of have reason to believe that the glyph won't work unless we're there with the map. So,
So maybe it's not worth doing the Star
We-
Shadow and we do this instead?
well, the Star Shadows are gonna come when we activate the map, but we might not have the liberty of activating the map next to Bedveer.
We very likely will not have that liberty.
Like we might have to steal this glyph, and then we could, but maybe we'll just have to use it in the museum and then we can't. We really don't know. It's a lot of possibilities for how this stuff might go.
All right. With all that being said, we just tell them, the best repayment at this point is leaving them be in peace. We will talk to them when it's convenient and see if there's anything else that they want.
Is that what you want to say?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So the second sort of nods. Very well. I'm honestly not in a position to press you, although I wish I were. I dislike going with incomplete information. But you seem to be operating on a different trajectory than us. I don't see any reason for us to collide and have problems. As long as what you are doing is not interfering with what we are doing, seems as if we can help one another on our paths. Does that sound true to you?
It does.
If that is the case, that we are able to help one another and that one of us completing our goals does not mean that the other cannot complete their goals. What would you say to, before today's events get too out of hand, I were to walk you into the vault myself now?
Oh.
That would be very helpful.
And
Yes, indeed.
if you get what you want, is it likely to disrupt what we are planning to do? I do not want this to be you completing a goal and it causing chaos here. If whatever it is you're doing out here is something that can be managed and maintained, something that you can choose when it is completed, could we arrange to have that timing be in a lull of activity as the counterpoint to me taking you to the vault now?
We can.
I mean, I have no problem leaving it if we can, but okay, so question to the group out of game, and this, well, I guess in game telepathically. The problem is we don't know if we actually need the glyph or not, which means we're going to go there today. We don't have the map, the boar, or whatever on us, I'm assuming, back on the ship, which means we're going to take an etching of the glyph, bring it back, and we have to try it at some point, which may or may not activate the borer. So we don't actually know when or how to trigger it, at which point, if it doesn't work, we have to go back to the vault and get the real thing. Like, there's so many unknowns here.
But we do know how to trigger it.
Yeah, you've seen how to
We've
trigger
done it
before.
We could definitely not trigger it. It's just a question of whether we can.
And
But
trigger it.
but checking it out in the vault today can only give us more information to be better prepared for the next step.
I think the piece of information that would most help JP in this situation is you are not going to unintentionally trigger this thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I know that. I know we're not unintentionally going to trigger it, but if we get the etching and we take it back to the ship today, we can't know whether or not it will work or not without trying to trigger it, which we don't want to do at this point, which is fine. So how do we get the information of whether or not we need the real glyph or not?
To be clear, what she's asking is if you're going to do something that might conflict with what we have going on here, I'm going to ask you to wait to do that until we don't have a lot of shit going down. Right?
Oh, yeah, and that's perfectly fine.
That's
Like I
that.
said, this is more out of game. This is more
I know, but
JP's
it's
trying
an
to piece things.
in-character thing that is asking something that is going to need a response from a character.
Oh, yeah, and the answer would be like, yes, we would absolutely wait and not conflict with your plans. I mean, I have no problem saying that. I just JP as a confused player is confused.
Almost assuredly, when we flip the switch on the doohickey, the star shadows pop off.
Oh, yeah.
And almost assuredly, we actually do need the glyph.
Oh, I don't know that, but
Well, so the
Well-
other thing we could do today is go today, see if the glyph's even there, right? Figure that out.
Yeah.
And if it is there, say, can we take an etching today and ask the question of if we need this in person, what would it take? What would it cost? So we can do all that today and
Yeah.
say for sure, absolutely, we won't do anything that will cause your plans to be disrupted.
Agreed.
Okay.
So is that what you say?
Yep.
So she listens, and then she takes a second, and then she looks at Filibuster and says, "Do I have your word that that is what is to happen?"
these people speak for me in many ways, and all of our decisions are made as one.
She kind of tilts her head to the side and says, not quite an answer. Do you give your word that you will not complete whatever this ritual or task is without first consulting us and working with us to make it as non-disruptive as possible to the city?
Yes.
So she kind of glances for just a second at your weapon and then looks back at you and then nods her head. Very well. If that is the case, then I'm going to need to do something, and I'm going to need you to follow me quickly. So she takes her, leans back, puts her head in that little ritual circle again, takes a few seconds where she's obviously having some sort of communication, sits back forward, closes the thing behind her, touches some things behind the counter that you can see are like some sort of like mechanical triggers. And then you see her touch something else, and then you guys can sense like an entire suit of armor forming around her. So while she is pretty small, and as she starts to, she comes around the counter with her armor on, you can tell that she's probably a halfling. Like, she is Deva, but the base race of her Deva form is probably halfling, although she's maybe a foot, like a full foot taller than a normal halfling would be.
And it's like a power suit.
It's yeah, it looks quite a lot like the type of armor that Aranopos wears, like the Minotaur armor.
Yeah.
There is sort of a mixture of like, this is armor, but you can see that there's a thing that can be put on her head, like a cover, so it's probably also a spacesuit of some kind. So she'll walk past and say, "Follow me. I do not have a ton of time, so I would ask that you move quickly." And she walks off down the hallway quite quickly.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's do this.
So
Is that like validating your parking?
Yeah.
the DM is having a little bit of problem getting this thing to properly show. So give me just a moment. I don't know why it's just breaking.
Gary's like, I spent 30 hours generating this.
That's not even, no, it's not even that. It's something way simpler that this is not really. This is as simple as an image can probably be, and it's not loading correctly.
Roll20 hates you.
No, what I think is, I think it's in the wrong format's not the right word.
Layer.
No, like format might be the right word, like PNG or like that thing like that.
File
Yeah,
type.
format.
File type. I think it's not the correct file type, so it's not letting me actually put it on the map. So she's gonna walk you down the hall. You see that she goes past several guards, and there is a moment of like people being like, "What's going on here?" But then when they see her walking in front of you, that all kind of goes away, right? Like it is very clear that deference is given to this woman wherever she walks, and nobody even questions her moving through things. She gets to this very kind of plain looking door. It looks just like all the other doors that you guys have passed, these sort of simple cylindrical or cylinder like doors. Touches the thing on it, and then you guys get this sense of warding where when she touches the panel on the outside of the door, you can feel several wards deactivate. Like this, even though this is the quote unquote lesser vault, or the lesser important vault, it had a lot of power that just sort of deactivated when she touched it. And she holds her hand there, and you can feel as she's pressing her hand into the door that it's sinking in and going through several layers as the little circle where she's touching is sort of chinking into the wall, sinking in about an inch each time until most of her arm is actually in the wall. And she has to kind of step on her tiptoes a little bit, like it's made for someone a little taller than her. And then after a moment, you get another sense of magic building, and then the last ward deactivates and the door slides open. The interior of Vault 2 looks like a strange mix of stonework and metal. It does give you this impression that you're in kind of a cave, but if you pay attention to like the stones and stuff that are hanging from the ceiling and some of them that are sitting on the floor, you can tell that you're not actually in like a stone cavern with like metal stuff that's built inside of it. It's the other way around. It's clearly a metal artificial room, but it has these big chunks of stone that are in it. And as you go around, you can see from some angles that a lot of these stones look like at some point they were like statues or parts of buildings. A lot of the details on it have been like completely destroyed or lost to time, but it's kind of like seeing what like a marble statue would look like in a city that's been bombed out, right? Where it's sustained heavy damage or heavy wear and tear, but you can still sort of tell that there was something there, right? There was something of import there, but it has long since been changed.
Can I make a perception check?
For what?
I want to see. Does there appear to be religious symbolism anywhere?
Yes. You don't
Okay.
need to make a perception check for that, but
No, I'm going a step further.
Okay.
Can I look for the spear symbol that Bedvere holds?
Yes, you can. I would say go ahead and give me your perception. You're gonna know if you succeed or fail.
Perception.
Nice. So again, let me do the very last part of the little description, which is while there are a lot of really big objects here that are kind of their own separate pieces, right, that are not connected to stuff, and there isn't a lot of explanation with them, most of the objects inside of the vault are in these display cases, or they're between display cases, and it almost has this sort of museum-like quality to it. While it's very different from what you saw in the interior of the Sphinx's area, it has that same sort of vibe, right? Where things are being held here that have been categorized, but there is also a measure of it's being displayed, right? This stuff is not just like a bunch of rows of stuff that's been stored away, like when you were in the vault in the Wilds, the Fortress of the Iron Star, where there were those containers that are just, there's no pomp and circumstance, there's no special lighting, there's no glass containers, it's just thousands of these things on shelves. This place is different. This place is clearly, everything is placed here with care. So, Filibuster, as you're looking around the room, you will see that on a couple of those discs of stone that are in the room, that are these things, I'll draw a little X.
The dudes that are like floating.
Whoa, hang on. That is not showing the right there. So I just put an X on it. But yeah, they are they're not floating, but they're wheels that you can move them. But that little thing on the side here is like an axle. So like it goes through here, and they're freestanding wheels.
Mm-hmm.
And they're pretty big. Like each one of them is like 8 feet tall. And all the ones that you can see, they look identical. And each of them, where the axle meets the stone, has that symbol on it.
Is there like a note card? I'm imagining like a museum, like a little informational.
Yes. So, and there is for the bigger pieces, there aren't any like placards or labels or notations. But for a lot of the smaller pieces that are in the containers, and for these wheels that are spread throughout the vault, there are markers on them that say what they are. And these are the beads of the smith.
Beads?
Beads.
Oh, beads.
So,
okay.
She walks in, and then she sort of like steps to one side of the room and kind of like looks at you as you're able to go in and says, "I would hurry and find whatever it is that you need. It's a busy day ahead, and while I'm hoping we are going to continue our good terms, I do have other duties." And she sort of gestures for you to go into the room.
Do we know what we're looking for?
Can I sense primal energy coming from anywhere?
Check for that, please.
Sure.
So by default, it's nature.
Everywhere.
Nature?
Nature, yeah, for detect primal.
Okay. Token.
Remember when we had a barbarian that like loved nature? That was sick.
While one is doing her search, can I ask what are these beads of the smith that we see all over?
So the second says, those are instructions in a relatively difficult form to read. But if you turn the wheel and you look on the sides, they are basic qualities needed in order to become a smith, to work titanic steel.
Oh.
So one of many, when you kind of open up your senses, you can sense that there are quite a few things that generate primal power in this area. But one thing you notice is one of the sort of pings. So it's like looking around the room. So you open your eyes and it's like a couple of like green blobs appear in front of your eyes. Like certain things kind of glow with an aura of primal energy. And when you're looking around, it's like, okay, well, there are varying strengths of different types. There's a lot of things where it's like, I don't get a ton of information other than there is energy here. However, one of the ones that you sense when you do that is like grayed out. Like you can sense there's primal power, there's something there, but it's like there's something over top of it. Like you're looking at it through like a frosted glass, right? So same sort of greenish light, but it's really heavily dispersed.
Like forbiddenst.
You've not seen an object be forbiddens before, but that does seem to make sense.
I casually wander over towards it.
Okay. What is Griffle doing? Because I now have what Filibuster is doing, what Drock's doing. Griffle, you're next, and then Josh. Or Warren.
I would like to follow one to this forbidden thing. Is that where the green X is?
It's not. The green X is are the beads of the smith. These wheels with writing on them. I don't really have a spot on this map specifically where that would be, but it's like in one of the big glass containers in the middle of the room. So let's just say it's like back here. Again, why are you default putting this on the DM layer? I'm not on that layer right now. So it's like back over here. Is Morin doing anything in particular while you're in here?
Well, I feel pretty confident that there wouldn't be anything associated with the Church of the Elements in this vault. This vault is like various divine items that don't seem to have any magical purpose that have been discerned. Right?
Not divine items. These are things that have been placed in the vault are things of likely historical significance that are in the city. So basically, the explanation that you got is that this city had tons of things in it that are like, historical pieces or like unusual things, just scraps of different stuff that treasure hunters would try to like find meaning of. And the city got really tired of treasure hunters like digging up some random square because there was a statue that looked interesting and trying to, use that for something, that they then gathered all the things that look like they're very old or have some sort of significance and put them in a vault so people would stop ripping up the streets.
Okay. Well, I don't know how good of a memory Morin would have to remember some of the symbols in that clock room. Fought those mages.
On
You
the
mean
Forerunner ship?
In the Forerunner ship?
Yes.
I would say that you guys took.
Did we copy them down?
Yeah, I think one, you copied them down, and two, you guys had a little bit of time of examining the stuff when you were in there to be able to be like, okay, I can have some idea of what this is when I'm looking for things.
Right? Then I would probably start like looking around to see if I could find any of those items, and then if there were any little note cards saying what they thought they were.
Okay. So by default, I would say perception would work, but you could also use something else of like sorting through things really quickly to find significance, right? Like it's not necessarily perception to flip through a book and find the right thing.
So what about streetwise? Like I've probably been in a museum before, right?
Yeah, you could kind of like go through the things of importance and be like, okay, how's the thing laid out for people, because it's meant to be viewed, right? Like
yes.
Where would it make the most sense for them to put X, Y, or Z? Yeah, okay, I can see that. So 20 streetwise, and the DM needs 1 second, please.
You may have.
You go around and you look and you don't see anything that is the focus of what you're looking for quickly. So you feel like you're getting a decent idea of where things are in the organizational system here, but you've not worked your way through it enough, sort of in the first turn, to be able to do it. What I would say is you can repeat this check or make something similar later. You've not gone through the entire museum yet, but you don't walk to it instantly and find something like
Sure. Okay.
that. All right. And I think that means I've heard from everyone. Go back to One of Many and Griffle. So One of Many, you walk up and there is a plain stone tablet that has a bunch of etchings and stuff on the side of it. And you can see that on the side of the stone tablet, there are like holes that look like they've been drilled into the side, that the stone tablet itself only vaguely looks worked. Like it looks like it would just be a stone if it didn't have these two things drilled into the side of it. And then you can sense that those two holes on the side is where that sort of strange energy is coming from. And in the container with it, you can see that there are several scraps of writing and symbols that you recognize as being the same sort of symbols that are on the compass, things that you've seen on the map that look similar to the stuff that you've been doing before, that are all in the area. And you can see labels and descriptions on the little placard saying that this is possible evidence of pre-Forerunner script. What would- Go ahead.
Can we? Do the symbols look anything like what we had on the cipher?
Yeah. So you can recognize a couple of the things that you've seen on the cipher are on the little like scraps of paper, but nothing there looks like it's nothing looks like it's ancient. Everything that's on the scraps of paper look like they are things that are written on paper, but they're not the originals, if that makes sense.
Oh, right.
Can you kind of refresh, like, how does this stack up to the thing that the Sphinx had that had the glyph on it?
It looks like it's made of the same material, but you don't
Mhm.
see a glyph on the stone. Like
Okay.
there's nothing there. The only way that you can
Oh.
sense that the stone has a little bit of primal energy and it's leaking out of the two little holes in the side.
Hmm.
It looks like the same sort of thing that the Sphinx had, but there's no writing on it.
Okay.
And so the writing's been forbidden off of it.
Can I, you guys, telepathically, how would you feel about me trying to break this forbiddance right here in the middle of this museum?
I think breaking the forbiddance might call the Star Shadows.
Can I, so wait, so there's no writing on the stone. How come they have glyphs on the piece of paper near it?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Are they the copies of what's on the stone?
Not sure.
Oh, can I call over the Deva?
Yeah, she walks over. You can see that she's standing in a slightly awkward way to talk to her. Like she's standing, just slightly outside of what would be normal conversational distance. But
Mhm.
she's positioned herself to where she can see you all and see the door at the same time.
Mm.
Almost like someone who's sort of expecting someone to walk in. She walks
she
over.
give-
And
Did she give us a name, by the way?
she's not, but you've not asked, but you can if you want to.
So rude. I am sorry. I don't believe that I caught your name.
She smiles and nods and says, "Nor I yours, at least not from your mouths. Sashiv is my name."
It is a pleasure to meet you, Sashif. I believe that this is the object that I am interested in. Do you have a curator for this museum who could tell me more, perhaps about its origin and history?
She looks at it and says, "That's no. The Shasek knows a lot of things about the objects contained in here, but almost everything that's here was added after she became the ruler here. I don't have any personal information on that, but I know why it is displayed so, if that would help you.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
This object is a tablet that used to have a great deal of writing on it. It was in the city next to another object that had significant power attached to it. This was separated from it, but in the process, something happened with the objects themselves. Both of the objects
lost their cohesion, I guess is the way to explain it. They were two individual things that were bonded together and then bonded in place near the center of the city. The object prior had many of these symbols. The ones that are here are what the people that extracted the objects can remember them being. Although some of them might not be exactly accurate, the people that did it had some significant notes about the object prior to it being moved. But when the object was separated from its position, it broke into two pieces. The one you see here, which has some small readings of primal energies, and another one that is contained within Vault 1. The other object is, she puts her hands up, and you can see she's gesturing to something that's about 1.5 feet long. This long, and it was said to, before it was moved, have a great deal of writing on it. But once it was moved, it seemed burned somehow. A wooden plaque that doesn't have any writing on it anymore, but it has a great deal of primal energies that flow through it. We don't know what it is or what it does, but it has power.
I see. And is there a reason that these two objects are not stored together?
The placing of the two objects near one another is potentially hazardous. They seem to desire to be together and desire to be in a particular location. When they were stored together, they combined together and began to exhibit some measures of translocation or teleportation. We believe that it was going to bring itself back to where it was in the city, but that place had been changed and we didn't know what sort of damage could have been caused. So the two objects are kept separately. This one is held in Vault 2 because it has almost no energy signature, while the other one has a significant energy signature.
I see.
This is what the Star Shadows are waiting for.
Maybe.
I will say that the DM is, again, trying to note that, like, the way that she's talking is different now. She's talking very quickly, whereas she didn't seem to be in a rush before. But she's seems to be very knowledgeable about this stuff.
Could you let us know where in the city this was? We can investigate there and see if that helps.
She shrugs and says, I can give you the location, of course, and I can attempt to look out and see if we can find more detailed information on the research here. But you said that once you found the thing you were looking for, that you would be done, yes? Or is this what you needed, the object to find a location?
Yes, unfortunately, we believed that this tablet would contain a glyph. I know that this is highly irregular, but is it possible that we might take simply this object for study?
She kind of frowns and says, I cannot have you take anything from the vault. Please understand, I wish to continue our working together. You seem to be strange, but a good sort. But I do not have explicit permission for you to be here right now. And it would be especially problematic if something were to leave the vault.
Yes, of course. I am so sorry. I see that you are in a rush and I do not wish to hold you further. However, it is vital to my research on pre-Forerunner civilizations that I be able to examine this object fully. Is it possible that I might receive permission to study it more closely, if not outside of the vault, at least in a private setting?
So she thinks about it for a second. There might be time. Yes, give me a moment. She goes over and puts her hand over the case, where the little glass case where it has. And you see when she pushes her hand on the case, now that there's like glass and it's not, she's touching a wall, you can see there are dozens of little glyphs on the inside of her gauntlet that is probably some sort of key, a mechanism that allows her to open stuff. And you can see it deactivates several of the wards on the box. And when it does, you get this really weird, like,
nauseating aura of power that comes out of the box. Like when it was sealed in the little glass container, you didn't sense anything. When it opens up, it's like a wave of like discomfort and like upset stomach that comes out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "This, we think, is the will of the thing to be whole again. But there are examination rooms over there." She gestures again over to one of the walls, and you can see there's a line of closed doors. "If you can go over there quickly, I can place the object down on the table, but you must understand I need to be with the object at all times, and there are defenses here that are not me that will make sure this stays in the vault."
I understand completely, and I thank you for all of your assistance thus far.
She nods, and you can see, you can't hear her because you can tell she's put the helmet on. And she sort of turns off the like comms part of the helmet. You can see that she's muttering to herself inside of the helmet as she picks up the object and starts to walk out. Like, and you can see in her face is something along the lines of like, "Oh, this is a really bad idea."
I mean, if
Why is she doing it?
why don't we just come back later? Like, we wanted to come to the vault with the Shawsack, right? So why not just say we can come back later? We have more information now. We could quickly sketch what's on the paper and then come back.
No.
She picks up the thing, walks over to one of the examination rooms, and then sets it down on the table. And you can see that her touching it is sort of, it's having probably an amplified version of that effect, like that sort of weird nauseated feeling that you get from being in the room with it outside of its little containment. It looks like it affects her more when she's touching it.
Mm.
And she sets it down on the table, and like you can see relief on her face when she lets go of it. So, what do you want to do?
Did she say we're not allowed to touch it? Is that right?
You can touch it, you just can't take it with you.
Right.
I'm gonna touch it.
So,
Yeah, I would like to touch it also.
so you go up, you touch it, and it feels like there is a layer of like slime or oil covering the thing. It doesn't feel like stone. When you touch it, it feels like you're touching something that is completely covered in muck, and there is this sort of psychic sensation, like you're touching something that is at the bottom of a sewer. Like
Does
something about
she-
it feels inherently foul and dirty.
Does she still have her comms off?
No, she turned it back on
Okay.
when because she told you, here you go.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask her to turn her comms off?
So she can't hear you?
Mm-hmm.
But why? You're being so sketchy.
I just want to try something real quick.
You cannot activate this artifact in this very moment.
It's not with the map.
No, bad
You
one.
cannot activate this artifact in this very moment. Before we came in here, she made me give her my word, and I will not be a part of this.
I agree completely.
I mean, you're
Okay.
in the room alone, probably, but also
Do the player.
I
No,
know.
you guys are all in the room.
I agree.
I'm just gonna one time whisper Lakeshan.
So the first thing is because you asked her to turn off her comms
Mm-hmm.
prior to this, and then the group had a conversation. But I need to respond to that first.
Okay.
And so she's going to say, "Why?"
My research is proprietary.
oh my god.
Well played, but bad. Bad. But very well played. I love it.
So she takes a deep breath. She looks at you and says, "Understand, that effect on me is almost permanent. You've been
You've been true with me, and I've stuck out my neck for you. Don't lie to me now. Why?
Say something that I don't want you to hear.
And you see her kind of look at you for a second and then focus. And then her eyes open really broad. And then she shakes her head and goes, ah. And then you see her turn off her comms. She looks like she's saying something inside of her visor. And then she curls her left hand over her chest and makes a symbol. Like it's not a symbol you guys recognize, but you can recognize someone that's doing something like the sign of the cross or something. She's making some sort of symbol to herself.
Okay.
Man, we are pushing her to her limits.
Yeah, which I don't want to do.
She's into it.
No, she's not.
All right, I'm going to say Lakeshan just one time, though.
So you say it, and you can see this sort of ripple along the stone. While it looks like sort of brownish sandstone, much like the one that the Sphinx had, when you say the word, it ripples across like it's made out of sand. And you can see like layers of stone in those ripples pull back. And as it does, nothing like appears on the surface of the stone, but it's like a layer of sand had solidified on top of the stone. And as the waves of sand are pushed back by the word, it sinks down, and you can see underneath it, there is this purplish stone and a symbol contained within. As soon as you see the symbol, there's no doubting what it is. That is the next glyph. That is what you need. And there is a quiet power coming from the thing you're holding in your hand. You get the impression that you might be able to pull from this and use it on the map. It's not going to be as simple as, I know which symbol it is, I can now do it. There's something more deep that you need from it. You need to draw power from this and use power and knowledge together on the map. If you have the object, you're pretty certain you could just put the two pieces together. It would not be hard to link. However, seeing it here, you're going to have to draw some of this power out of the stone, hold it within you, try to keep this symbol perfect in every way in your mind, and then use it on the map. You're pretty certain you're not going to be able to hold it for very long. In game terms, you're going to make a check, or I'm going to make a check, a hidden check, for how long you can maintain the symbol in your mind. And when it fades, you're not going to be able to use it.
Unless
Until
we
you
have the
hold it.
object again, yeah.
So sort of similar, think of like the way that the rituals work inside the ship. You can use one of the ritual crystals on yourself. It'll last for a certain amount of time, and then it fades. The only difference here is that you're not sure exactly how long you can keep this in your mind with perfect clarity.
Yeah.
Can I assist?
Not
Given that we
really.
are telepathically linked?
You could do it, but you'd have to do it individually. Because this is like, in your mind's eye, you need to keep this symbol, but you also need to keep exactly what the power feels like. You need to keep the spell signature that's in this thing perfect. You need to be able to perfectly replicate this thing, which one has the ability to do, but I don't think Griffle does, because Griffle doesn't have primal power.
Right.
Can Sharp Prey help me?
Sharp Prey can help, but again, it's going to be difficult. When this thing falls away, you can see, although she doesn't turn her comms back on, her eyes just sort of bug out as Sachiv sees what you've done. And then she hits the thing on the side of her visor and then says, that's what you need, right? You've got your symbol. We can go now, right?
Yes, that is correct. I will certainly be at the top of the publishing world for this.
So she goes forward, goes to grab the stone on either side, and right before she touches it, you can see there's a pause. we're at the edge of places. There's a lot of rules that are strictly held within the Imperium that might be looser here on the edges of things. We do what we need to survive. But what you just did was a sin. A sin that many people would believe is in place for a reason. You do not utter such things. Even if I could not hear it, I could feel what you did. It's wrong. She grabs hold of the thing and then goes and walks out of the room for the first time, turning her back to you all.
What's which sin?
Forbiddance.
Forbidden. Yeah.
So she goes, she places it back in the thing.
No, not
Re-
the unknown. For the voice of the wilderness. Oh.
She reactivates the ward on the container and then says, "That's all you needed, right? You just needed the symbol."
Yes, you've been most helpful.
And she kind of looks over towards Filibuster. You're going to be good on your end of the bargain, right? You're not going to cause extra problems for my mistress. You'll give us the time that we need to actually make this work, right?
I mean, nothing intentional. Look at one of many.
So she takes a deep breath, goes and steps forward, and then when she does, you can feel something is very, very wrong. She turns on all the wards, she goes to walk away, and Filibuster, you get the feeling like you're in like jelly. Like the world around you is slowing down. And you get this sensation of not only that, but when you go to look at different people, like part of your vision fractures. You see like one little shattered window frame of looking at Morin and another shadowed window frame of looking at Griffle. These people that are stepping away from you. And for the moment, you're recognizing that they're putting their backs to you and that you can see them. You can see all of them. And as you look around, more little shattered frames appear around you. You can see everything everywhere. Everything is coming into focus, and you can sense something kind of rising from your stomach. A dark energy that when you look down, you recognize as a ritual triggering. Beholders.
What? Like here?
The same thing that it is Filibuster that has that ritual, yes?
No, it's
No.
always
No.
been me.
No!
I don't have that ritual at all.
We even talked about this, Gary.
I know, but I have my notes. I'm so sorry.
You're totally fine.
It is all of that thing, Morin.
Gee,
I
thanks.
I apologize. It is the same scene. I got the character wrong. That is on me.
I'm like off in the other side of the library. I'm like, shit.
So yeah, you can sense your ritual triggering, and that's where we'll start next time.
Is that here? Does he know? Okay, well, I don't know.
What
Basically,
ritual is
the answer
this?
is something just came in range.
It's sense aberrant creatures, aberrant totem link. And Morin.
Aberrant totemic link. Basically, what happened to one of many when you guys got close to here? That just triggered.
Multiple beholders. Without the wards.
Sigh.
So that'll be next session.
Did it happen when she turned the wards back on?
No, it did not. I mean, it happened
Okay.
a little bit after. Basically, she had that
Alright,
medication, put it
It's
in
not
there.
like a
maybe-
direct causation, though.
No. And I will say that it is reasonable for Morin to conclude, because you guys in character have better understanding of the timing of things than the players do. It's like it happened pretty soon after the taking the item into the little side room and then bringing it back out. Like it didn't seem to be linked exactly to any one moment, but you do not think that it's a coincidence.
Weird. It's such a coincidence.
Yeah.
Who could have known?
Everyone knew it was a bad idea.
It's a good idea.
Right, next question.
Gotta move that plot forward.
We promised we wouldn't cause issues. We just caused issues.
We promised we wouldn't knowingly cause issues.
You knew pretty well that, oh my god, it's fine. It's all good. It's good. It's fine. Yep. What
having
could go
fun.
wrong?
We're having fun. We had a long rest.
We are having fun. And we did have a long rest. You're right on both accounts. I'm
We
good.
are having fun. You're right.
This was fun. You're right.
I mean, we're all laughing, so yeah.
I'm pumped because I didn't think this was going to be the story beat that we were going to end on, but it was a good sort of ending to get offered to me.
You know what my favorite part of all this is? Distinctly
easily
remembering
avoidable.
Gary saying, "Yeah, we'll all be in Tantris for like another session or two," and that was like 4 sessions ago.
Well, we did go into a dream for a session.
Yeah, which wasn't Tantris, so, accurate. We just came back.
Delightful.
To be fair, I didn't think you guys were going to, like, if you think about how long you would have been in Tantris without intentionally staying here for the trap to be made, like, you could have, and then you had a little, like, dream sidetrack, so, like, you could have left much faster than this.
Yeah.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Of our lives.
And one way or another, I think before you make that next extended rest, you're probably going to leave Tantris.
One way or another.
I mean, are we?
I did say it's going to be next session, but
What are we playing next?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's scheduled.
Yeah.
it is on the schedule.
On 4/20,
I'm excited.
the best
Yeah.
day of all.
Yes.
Everyone will be super focused, right?
Be absent for the first bit of session.
Yep. And
Whatever for-
I'll talk with you a little bit if you're all right with that between now and then about session stuff.
Yep, that's fine.
But you also now have the second glyph. You could leave right now if you wanted to.
For a limited amount of time. That's true. We could just book it.
I don't think it works like that.
I mean, that would pretty much call the Star Shadows, right?
Well, whenever we do it, it will.
But we promised not to cause issues.
We
I mean,
promise
I
not.
feel like we may have already called them, but
Yeah, that might
But
be
yours isn't the Star Shadows, yours is the Beholder.
that's correct.
Yeah. Gary, would my link have triggered again or no? Because it's the same Star Shadows who've been in proximity the whole time.
The what you said. It's the same Star Shadows that doesn't trigger again.
Gotcha.
Okay, well,
All right.
Well.
Thanks, team.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was fun. Thanks, everyone.
Fun one. Have a good night.
I'll catch you all
Ladies,
later. Bye.
Bye.